This is a clouds weather alert.
Good Sunday, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, tracking historic tropical storm Hilary as it impacts areas of the southwestern United States. You can see here a lot of moisture coming into North California, especially right now. That's something they're not accustomed to. So, kind of an odd situation just overall as we're looking towards some of these different communities. I know. I mean, it doesn't look like just a whole bunch here if you're looking for what we generally have on our radar around North Florida, South Georgia with heavier convection. Well, you're seeing a little bit of the reds there and the yellows mixing on in, but overall a lot of green, but that's still causing a lot of flood problems, a lot of considerable threat, flash flood warnings in play at this hour here. You can see Roy where the center of circulation there. Let me point that out to you guys at home. It's still over there toward Baja California and Mexico, but it has made landfall, so it'll weaken some more. It's already getting cooler waters, more hostile conditions here, less favorable conditions. So it has weakened. I mean, with a Cat 4 hurricane as we're looking back, but still a tropical storm headed toward California. Haven't seen Roy one of those since 1939. These are the latest statistics from the National Hurricane Center there, East Pacific Hurricane Center information coming out of Miami as well. And you can see those max sustained winds at 60 miles an hour there. That movement north at 23, and that minimum central pressure 990 millibars. A tropical storm warning still including Los Angeles, Palm Springs, and then over towards San Diego as well. So again, just kind of an interesting situation here indeed. As I'm checking, I'm getting a lot of information coming in, some different rainfall totals here right now. That's why I'm looking over to the other computers, just a one-man band. So a lot of information coming in, but these are the latest stats there from the National Hurricane Center. 60-mile-an-hour max sustained winds of the tropical storm headed toward California. Roy, something you just don't think about. I know we had a situation in the 1800s as well with a system coming on through, but this is very rare what we're talking about here toward these areas. So the impacts here, it might not be quite clear exactly what could happen. And there's a high risk of flash flooding, get a mudslides there. I know we're getting issues with the mountain areas. They're already getting reports of some debris there, some debris flows even apparently. So that information coming on in over here. So and even if you can believe it here toward Yuma, Arizona, they've been getting some really strong winds. Let's go ahead and go to some other sources here. But also, if you can kind of look carefully here, I'll point it out and then I'll switch to some other systems. They're getting really strong winds there at about damaging rain about 60 miles an hour, but also dust storm conditions there. So again, not what you want to see as we're looking toward that area here with this big national story. That's why the logo's red, nothing toward North Florida and South Florida, causing it to be red here. That's our primary covered area, our 62 counties, of course. We have had some showers around today, but nothing that's too big of a concern. But that's what we generally cover. We have to be on right now with half-hour updates for what we're seeing out toward the southwestern United States. So again, a nasty situation. Let's go ahead and check here right now. Over toward that Yuma, Arizona radar site, and we'll kind of try to give you guys an idea of what's going on because there was some convection there in the region earlier on. There still is, I mean, of course, but we were seeing a severe thunderstorm warning there. And right now, though, we just are seeing a situation here where we're getting the stronger winds coming on through. Some power outages are already reported. Several trees blown down across Yuma, but also a dust storm reported. Visibility down to 1/8 of a mile there toward that area. So an odd situation out there in western Arizona. I'll go ahead and load some of the recent frames in and then back this up a bit. You're able to see those thunderstorm warnings out toward the westward in Yuma, but the Phoenix office issuing some of that. So just kind of interesting to see, but an odd setup, but that was earlier. This is now, and we do have several flash flood warnings here in place. Several flash flood warnings. So let me go ahead and look at these. I mean, there are 11 currently in effect in the country, and most of those are of that considerable variety for a considerable threat, life-threatening situation. Don't think, and I'll double check this here on my other source real quick. Yeah, no flash flood emergencies yet, but that could change here. That's why we got to be ready when we have a flash flood emergency. We'll be getting into that catastrophic language of the flooding threat. That's what we were warning about here Friday night, even Thursday night, with an update that we did, our special update really there in terms of focusing more on Hilary there in the Pacific. I know you're hearing that name and you're wondering, well, that's not on the name list I've been showing the last several months. It's because they're using a different name list in in the Pacific. I know we had Dora off of that list earlier on. That impacted Hawaii with that high to the north, the low to the south, and then you had that squeeze play with this winds blowing those fires around and just causing terrible devastation and loss of life. Now with this, oh, it's an active season there because we have El Nino that's preventing a lot of stuff in the Atlantic, though it's starting to wake up. But in the Pacific, we have a situation here where that is actually more favorable for development out there in these type of conditions. So that's why we're already on the H name. We've gotten two storms today in the Atlantic, but right now we're not too concerned about those. We got Emily and Franklin out there, plus a depressing, but again, not too concerned. We have an area that's been giving us some moisture around here that could get the next name on the list. We'll have to just wait and see. There's a lot going on, but not in terms of concern right now. The reason we have the local red is again for California and Arizona and Nevada here because of this flooding threat. I mean, we have so many flash flood warnings, it's hard to know where to begin really. San Diego not under them right now, right in town. And they zoom over to that radar, you see Tijuana, Mexico there. A little bit of a moderate type of downpour action coming in. And sometimes the radars don't read this area as good as you're looking towards some of these spots that have these warnings because of mountains and just terrain issues. So the rain could be a little bit heavier than what our radar is showing. The infrared satellite was looking unimpressive earlier on, but daytime heating and the like here, if you can get some of that in there, that can kind of help to maybe get some things going a little bit more. I mean, it's still a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm, but it has lost a lot of its structure. But you see all these flash flood warnings here. We still have these threats in play. Areas like, it looks like areas around the Virago Valley area, getting into some of this. So this is something to kind of keep in mind. Just definitely interesting there, Imperial County. Let me go ahead and go on over to another look at things right now. I want to go to our infrared satellite and just show you how things are broken down here overall. Bear with me as I get that up here, another computer source. Just want to load everything on in here to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. You can see the circulation there. Not as much on the south side. We have more on the north side here, and that's why we have those flash flood warnings popping on up here. So this is something to kind of keep in mind as we are watching things. I see flooded advisories coming out. See rainfall totals there, San Bernardino County there in California, a mile west-northwest of Wrightwood there, about 3.5 inches of rain near Mount Laguna, over 4 inches. Another spot there in San Diego County near Mount Laguna, over 5 inches of rain. So these mountainous areas, not as much in town, and some of these places like San Diego getting as bad. LA is getting it pretty nasty right now with these rainfall rates that for them are relatively high. Let's go to current radar, and you can see some more moisture coming in there. It would appear from the south to some degree, and that could be an issue for those folks there. As we're looking at this flash flood warning in the last hour, you can see, I mean, these are 1/10 to 1/4 inch, but that's a lot for them in an hour. That might be doing a little, but over an inch here so far, and more rain coming on in. So it's a life-threatening situation. 1:59 Pacific time, Doppler radar and rain gauge reports indicated light to moderate rain there. This is a flash flood warning, a considerable threat towards southern Los Angeles and southeastern Ventura counties there. However, the bands of heavy rain will move back into the region this afternoon here as we get later on. Right now it's 2:09 Pacific time. It's just up there 10 minutes ago. So they're going to move back in here into the evening as well with rainfall rates of up to maybe an inch an hour at points. An additional amount of 1 to 3 inches possible in the warned area. And for us here, like North Florida, South Florida, that's not necessarily a big deal normally. But out there, the soils just aren't used to this much rain here. They really don't get much rain in August. I mean, this time of year, I mean, at all, and the soils just, they can't handle much rain at all. And the mountainous areas, you have issues. So, problematic scenario here. We could end up seeing some flash flood emergencies in some spots later on. We'll just have to wait and see if we get higher rates in even, and those getting to the worst and most vulnerable areas here. But again, just have to watch as we're seeing there additional rates again, 1 to 3 inches are possible, and heavier rainfall with embedded thunderstorms are expected here and into the rest of the afternoon and the evening, with local rates of up to 1.5 inches an hour possible. So already seeing it looks like numerous reports of flooded roadways here right now. We've been kind of looking at some of that information here, some different sources that I have at my disposal here. So talking about areas there with this flash flooding, this life-threatening situation, where we could have issues of creek streams and normally dry arroyos there. We're talking about areas there with significant urban roadway flooding, a possibility of not really just occurring, especially in low-lying areas. And I know something they were having issues with this morning, according to local media in the area. We had problems out there with the slick roads. I mean, just the oil there mixing with the rain. Hadn't had rain in a while, mixing with that oil and causing a lot of accidents there on the road. So you got to be careful. Local officials urging folks to stay at home if they can. But this threat really into play here with even dangerous flows likely across low water crossings. Even significant rock and mudslide activity expected in the mountains and the canyons, with debris flows possible and recent burn scars. So Long Beach there, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, excuse me. Trying to pronounce these here. We're not as used to some of these areas, obviously out west, but uh, looking at toward Malibu there, Hollywood, Beverly Hills, Universal City, downtown Los Angeles, Griffith Park, Culver City, Inglewood, Burbank, North Hollywood, Venice, Santa Monica, Van Nuys, over toward Encino, Manhattan Beach, Alhambra there. So you kind of get the idea. So again, a nasty situation in hilly terrain. There are hundreds, they're saying, of low water crossings, which are potentially dangerous in heavy rainfall. So do not attempt to cross those flooded roads. Find an alternate route. I know another thing I want to mention here, there's a lot of different things I can mention because it's such an odd scenario, is I have to kind of keep it in this radar mode sometimes because it combines all those different views, because we kind of get lost sometimes with some of that rain in the mountains and radar beams can't see them. So I know this view actually helps a good bit. I'm going to go to the other ones too here from time to time on our updates here, giving you guys the very latest. But tropical storm warning and for the first time ever, Los Angeles, San Diego, Palm Springs, these different areas being impacted here. Something is just really extraordinary to see. And we have a tornado risk. We had some thunderstorm warnings, the tornado possible tags. I haven't had a tornado warning yet anywhere today. Let's go ahead and see that tornado risk area, where that risk is greatest here. That northeastern quadrant, per se. Not as much LA or San Diego. We're going to be watching more, it looks like, out toward Yuma there, El Centro, over toward, you can see Lake Havasu City there, and Kelso, Indio there. You kind of get the idea. So again, just more rural in some ways out here, obviously, than LA or San Diego with that bigger risk. But this 2% risk does get out to Las Vegas, obviously. That's not rural. And they're going to have to watch out there later on with this level of concern. No tornado watches yet. We'll have to just wait and see if that becomes an issue. Hopefully not. Parameters aren't as high as they were, near as high as they were down to the south. I know they've had big problems in toward parts of Mexico there with this type of situation down there. So again, just having to look at all our different tools here within our toolkit. Let's see what else we have here. We have our other map up. Let's show you all those considerable damage flash flood warnings. Let me go ahead and go with our analyst computer right now. It shows them in that maroonish color. You can see Los Angeles here. Some heavier rain around Long Beach right now. Relatively heavier rain for these folks in toward these areas. You generally don't see yellows on the radar out here. You see Torrance and Inglewood as the last tip. They were still planning on having that NFL exhibition game tonight between New Orleans and Los Angeles. The Chargers there against the Saints, but some heavier downpours coming in that could be causing some more issues there towards many different roadways like Interstate and Freeway 105. Also there, it looks like I-10 in there. You can kind of get the idea. Some heavier downpours in San Bernardino, Riverside, Orlando warning, yet they're not. But there's some downpours coming in there as well. So just going to have to keep watching things. Let's go on over to some of our winds here. Let's see if we can pull that up here. I might even pull up some radio velocity values to try to get an idea on some of the winds here. Let me go ahead and jump on over if we can. Do we have it on? We need to go to this source here. You can see some of the gusts, and you can see we're talking about there. Uh, 21 miles an hour, give or take, in San Diego County, in the 20s around LA. But out toward the east, we're getting stronger winds in some of these higher terrain areas. I mean, 34, when you see 46 there, 39 there. It looks like near a naval air facility. 59 around Yuma there. 40 there as we get out toward Blythe Airport. As you get toward Arizona, you can see 20s and 30s here. So as we're even getting up the coast towards Santa Barbara there. But again, several flash flood warnings here on play at this hour. So a nasty situation as we're looking out west here. A big national story. I know if you're kind of wondering, we're watching that. Of course, that big national story. But we're also watching local downpours closer to home here. Just if you guys are watching North Florida, South Georgia, a really quick radar check here on things, not anything up toward Albany Road. That's why I have you guys out of the south. Pretty much you see some stuff there more in the Gulf, but some stuff around Charleston County. A little bit heavier. We've had some rain where we're at today. I know looking at my rain gauge, about 2/10 of an inch here today, east of Stark in north central Florida. But as we get back out toward the west here, you can see a lot of these warnings here on play. It's rain, even up toward Bakersfield, some rain. And this track here, it's going to be dragging moisture up toward Vegas. And I mean, even the remnant area going to be kind of bringing the moisture in toward parts of Nevada, maybe in toward Utah, Northern California to some degree here. We'll just kind of have to wait and see how that translates on out. So again, just kind of see how much it'll be, probably to a lesser degree of overall rainfall as we get up toward those spots. But I know we're getting reports right now in Imperial County. That's in the southern part of the state, far southern part of California. It looks like eastbound Interstate 8 there is closed due to a rock slide 3 miles northeast of Mountain Spring. And then flash flooding in multiple locations there in Imperial County, 5 miles southwest of Imperial. Looks like the hot miner area, that's what it's called here. Or Minor maybe, multiple locations along Highway 111 there. There's issues, so gotta be careful. That's according to Storm Chaser. The report of eastbound Interstate 8 closed there to a rock slide around Mountain Spring is from law enforcement. So some nasty situations. I'll be back here at the bottom of the hour a little more. No tornado warnings right now, thankfully. Haven't had any out there yet, but we're back at it. That's 2:30 Pacific time, 5:30 in the east, with another update here on historic tropical storm Hilary. So keep it tuned here to Clouds Weather. We're going to keep you guys up to date on this very, very odd situation.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour with the latest on Tropical Storm Hilary. I know it was a Cat 4 hurricane not too long ago, weakening on down. I mean, it spun up pretty quick as well, but still going to have a big impact here, and it's having an impact already with some flash flooding. A lot of issues toward areas here that are most vulnerable, like towards San Bernardino County, California. Report of a debris flow there. Looks like in that area in Southern California around Crestline, State Road 18. I know I want to emphasize California again because that's actually a road close to where we're at, where we broadcast from here in North Central Florida. But no, in California, State Road 18 and Lake Gregory, there's a report of rock all over a roadway there. So, again, an odd situation here in terms of having a tropical system, and that's causing some impacts here that you can get, but definitely something that you don't necessarily see with tropical systems in other parts of the country. I mean, this is an anomalous situation for sure. Get another flash flood warning issued now. There's a Imperial, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties until 6:15 Pacific time there. Nasty situation for some of these different spots. So got to be really cognizant of what's going on. I know just to seeing all these different alerts. By the way, just real quick heads up, in Florida, a little tropical disturbance that might develop in the Gulf. There is now a thunderstorm warning kind of associated with it over Hillsborough and Pinellas counties. So kind of interesting to see that. Let's pop that up real quick here because that's not going to be in effect too much longer. Just since we know we might have some viewers in Florida here watching the situation, trying to watching things in the word of Sunshine State. Let's go ahead and pull this on up and you'll be able to see here west of Tampa. Definitely getting some nastier weather conditions here toward areas there around South High Point, Largo. You see Clearwater, Bel Air, and Largo coming up as this moves more off toward the west. Some damaging winds here with this in the state of Florida. Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater, Largo, Pinellas Park, under the warning here, at least parts of those areas. Seminole, Safety Harbor, Oldmore. You kind of get the idea. But back out to California we go. We're going to swing our system and get our data back loaded on in there. This is one of the radar reviews that we have. But let's go to a different radar review. I know you can hear our computer working here. It's about giving you guys the latest on this type of situation. Latest information here on this type of situation. And you can see toward LA County, the heavy rain and you're getting some of that even off this radar. There's a bunch of radars pretty close, but they don't have the greatest views sometimes because of the mountains. You have to kind of zoom in. This right here does so right in LA. It is officially considered the LA radar site, and it's given some heavier rain right now. This system toward LA, right there as we get in real tight. You can see there, US 101 over on West 4th Street. There's some heavy downpours in there. Westmont, Hawthorne there in California, Gardenia, Torrance there. You kind of get the idea. And we're going to go ahead and just continue to watch things. The winds here not really strong in these gusts though, which is a good thing so far because otherwise we're getting more issues of power outages. Haven't seen too many noted so far in some of these more populated areas. That's the good news, but probably get a little bit of increase later on here as some of this wind tries to mix down toward the surface. But again, a nasty situation there. You can see as we get on over toward the south and the east. And looking here at some of our alerts, you can see a lot of them there and more rural territory, but those are areas with a lot of terrain. Imperial County, we talked about them, pretty big counties, areas out here, really. Riverside as well. You can see here toward LA County that we have this heavier downpour activity in there right now. Glendale, California, Pasadena, ready for the Rose Bowl every year. They're getting some downpours from a tropical storm. Yeah, that's not what you think about when you think about a Rose Bowl. You don't think about them having tropical storms out there because they really don't. But they're having one right now in the Ward that area here. And let's look at some of the velocity values and go on base velocity. I know I kind of switching around here. Some of our pixels might look a little bit weird, but you can see in the loft at least went to about 40 someone up there. in toward that area and toward that region. But again, just continuing to watch things there. There's flash flood warning, no emergencies yet, but we have those considerable threats. Don't have one out toward like Victorville yet, but out toward the western Lancaster. I know the radars kind of cut things off, but you can kind of see that heavier rain there in that region. You can probably see it even better on this mode. So let's go ahead and go to our other system here. I'll go ahead and move away from the one and go to the other here right now for see. There are some downpours in that area still going on up. I mean, even on this view, no flash flood warning yet, but even Victorville getting some downpours there from a tropical storm right now. This is desert country here generally, and instead they're getting a tropical storm to come through in the Death Valley, getting a tropical storm to come through here. Just an incredible situation that you don't really ever expect to happen. It's happening today on this historic day, and historic date, August 20th, 2023, this Sunday here. We're having a tropical storm hit Southern California, even if maybe it doesn't get as bad in some areas as it will in maybe the more vulnerable terrain type spots. It's still going to be something, folks. We're talking about for a while. The last one there, 1939, to really come on through. We had some remnants of them over the years, but this is officially more than likely going to be designated a tropical storm still as it comes on through. That center of circulation deemed to be here to the south in Mexico as of at 2 o'clock Pacific update of about 80 miles south of the border between Mexico and the U.S. So that movement here, I know that advisory information we were talking about earlier on. I mean, that movement there with this 23 miles an hour. So that's only a few hours, 4 hours before the center of circulation's on in there. That's definitely something I'll be kind of watching here. I mean, there's not as much even the south side as that kind of gets broken apart. That's how I see systems sometimes. I know Irma after made landfall out of our area. By the time it got up here, it was more northerly tilted with the rain and the wind. On the south side, still has some wind. Maybe not quite as strong, but the rain really breaking on up. So could be something similar to that. We'll see. But let's go ahead and go on over toward our graphics right now. Again, you don't expect this in California. That's why there's such a big risk. And haven't had threats toward the East Coast yet. And we're having a threat toward the West Coast of the U.S. with those Eastern Pacific names. That's why we're already on the H out there. We've actually jumped really fast here today in the Atlantic. We've added the E name Emily today and Franklin. But right now we're not concerned about those. Another system could develop too, but that there could be one that develops and goes into the Gulf there later on, and really threatens Texas here, not too far down, maybe in midweek, maybe even a little bit earlier than that, but it hadn't developed yet. So that's the one we would watch. If it got a name, we'd have to talk more about it. But right now we're not concerned about those. Now that one would probably be more of a beneficial rainfall scenario for Texas, so we could get some isolated severe weather from it too. You just never know. But they really do need to rain to orders like Corpus Christi and Brownsville. I know, I mean up north too, around Houston, but they could use that rain there because it's been so dry and hot in Texas. They need cool weather coming on in. But this here is in the Pacific. Has made landfall again in Mexico around Baja California there earlier on in the day. And you can see here, that was around 11 a.m. Pacific when that was deemed there by the National Hurricane Center, East Pacific. They cover they're from Miami. The Miami office covers the Atlantic and the East Pacific there. But again, you can see this is a high risk here in that pink color there, that pink color, high risk there of flash flooding. East of San Diego, east of LA, they're under moderate risk. But areas like Palm Springs in that highest level of concern, but that risk just under that. I mean, it includes Las Vegas as well as, again, as we alluded to, LA and San Diego. So again, I just have to kind of keep our eyes on this type of scenario here. I have to keep our eyes on this type of situation as things do progress on us. As things progress on us here, we're just going to have to be watching to see if we get flash flood emergencies, because that would take us from a considerable flash flooding threat to a catastrophic flash flooding danger, where we'd really be talking about problems already life threatening though, but we'd be talking about just a true emergency, as the warning alludes to there. If we got the catastrophic tags at some of these alerts here, again, haven't got there yet, but that could happen. That could happen as we look ahead here and toward the timeline. Again, that pinkish area is one where we have the high risk for flash flooding from Hilary, Tropical Storm Hilary there. And you see the red area, that is a moderate risk there. Again, LA, Las Vegas, San Diego, and that again, Palm Springs in a high risk for flash flooding from a tropical storm. Palm Springs, California here, folks. So, again, let's go ahead and go back on over to order the view. Watching stuff in Mexico. I know radar kind of cut off down some too anyway. But you see on our infrared satellite, there's not much down there. Let's go on over. Let me take that off. Let's go ahead and go on over here. Let's go on over here to our visible, and you'll be able to see you have a lot of cloud. That's going to limit instability in a lot of these spots. I mean, maybe further to the east, you're seeing some lightning. That makes sense. You're getting more breaks in the clouds, but that could limit our tornado threat here today. We're not getting the breaks in the cloud, but it's still pretty warm. Not near as warm as they're used to, but I mean, again, we're talking about more storminess though further up here with this. Further up in the picture, let's go to this view. You can see what I'm talking about. Not as much to the south, more to the north developing. Let's go on over to two things. Instability here. I know I've been on some of our supercell composite values, but here's instability. And you can see we're not getting a lot in many places, but a few spots like in Arizona more so. And then let's see that risk here. It's not really going over with the spin, not quite as far to the east. And then let's see temperatures here. Let's go to temperatures. We'll add that on here. You can see how warm it is around Phoenix. If we could get some thunderstorms to pop on that eastern side with some spin, you never know. But the terrain kind of plays a role in limiting things. That's why there's not a risk further east, I would think. Here, there's at least somewhat of a factor in that. So, again, even though it's warmer out there, it's not quite getting into the worst of this. Into where some of these spots. Again, I'm not as used to West Coast weather, so trying my best here. We're really always about the southeast and central Florida and North Florida, South Florida. But today it's a tropical system hidden in the area of California. I mean, this hadn't happened with an official one. We've had remnants, especially in the 70s, but even some stuff in the 90s, I believe. But in the 30s, 1939, the last time we had one come on through, and in the 1800s, I believe it was a hurricane that hit San Diego there in 1858, if I recall that year, reading up on some stuff. So just a crazy situation, a crazy sequence of events, having a high pressure here in play, and I mean it's really hot out toward the east here, and this is like the only pattern you can really get something like this to develop, and you have all that heat to the east there, and you have one pathway for this to go. They don't generally head this in this direction, but we have a tropical storm. You still have to just keep saying it to believe it here, but that's what's impacting parts of California right now directly. You have indirect impacts sometimes out in Arizona and the like, but a direct impact, albeit, I mean, it could be worse, but a direct impact from a tropical storm in California. And when actually the center is going to actually come on through officially the tropical storm, it looks like, which hadn't happened since 1939. So again, it's just crazy to think about it. You can see here in the 70s, it's going to kind of limit your tornado threat, and you're already kind of in a favorable slot for the tornadoes anyway on this side. But you're going to be seeing the heavy downpours still in LA there, Los Angeles. I mean, you're getting into all this right now. Again, areas like Long Beach and Thousand Oaks and Simi Valley and Malibu and Hollywood and Beverly Hills and Universal City, downtown Los Angeles, Griffith Park, Culver City, Inglewood, Burbank, North Hollywood, Venice, Santa Monica, Van Nuys, Encino, Manhattan Beach. You kind of get the idea. Areas we're not used to talking about with a tropical storm and flash flooding coming on through, life-threatening situation as we get into one of these spots. And then you can see here, let's just go ahead and go back down. San Diego, no flash flood warning yet, but some of these flash flood warnings toward El Centro there, you have one in play, and then you have some more. You see some of that stuff a little more heavier in convection, so that's where you could get maybe a tornado threat. We had a dust storm already toward Yuma, earlier on, really coming through. They had winds to 70, I saw in some of the reporting. That might be that on there. Yeah, 57 knots, so crazy there, the weather and some of these spots on the edge of this. So just interesting to see Bakersfield getting some of this rain as well from the tropical storm in the East Pacific that made landfall in parts of Baja California earlier on. So again, watching things here, you can see a little bit warmer out here. So this is why we have that tornado risk. Let's kind of try to zoom on in there. You can see in the north parts of Mexico, and we had advanced wind up earlier, but that's kind of come on through, and you see parts of it may not be getting the best view because our radar coverage lacking out here some. Again, just continuing to watch things here in the weather center. It's 2:45 right now Pacific time, 5:45 in the east where we're at. And we'll be back in about 15 more minutes with another update unless we have something that breaks. We need to come back on before then. Probably won't. It'll be something really serious like a confirmed tornado moving in a more populated area out here, or just something that's really urgent here out toward the west in this type of situation. So expect me back in about 15 minutes at the top of the hour. We'll see you there at about 3 o'clock Pacific time, 6 o'clock Eastern with more weather information. Tropical Storm Hilary moving on up here to the north. And you can see how we're still going to have some of that impact here west of Las Vegas. That's about 11 p.m. Pacific time tonight. And we'll be kind of watching. Most of this is to the north of the center, though, so it's moving pretty quick. And so by then we'll have more data, maybe up toward areas there, even toward spots there like Hawthorne in Nevada. Not maybe, I mean, Reno's on the edge already, so we'll have to just see exactly how this translates here, how it's oriented. A lot of the rain more on the west side, which you don't always expect, so kind of have to keep that in mind here. That's what we're seeing right now. It's not always like that. The northwest side is what I'm saying. Normally it's the northeast side, but we do have enough parameters in play to get some stuff there. But so it may end up being a little bit weird here how this sets up, but it could kind of move back around some. So we'll just have to wait and see here. We'll just have to kind of continue to watch things here in the weather center. Again, we'll have more here at the top of the hour as the situation does evolve. It's a historic situation, it's anomalous situation we're just not used to here in the southwestern part of the United States with Tropical Storm Hilary.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back with you on this Sunday. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, tracking Tropical Storm Hilary. Impacts being felt from that. I know we had some interesting stuff with blowing dust out toward the Yuma, Arizona area a little while ago, and then actually just now, not necessarily directly or even indirectly related to the tropical system, but we had a report of an earthquake there on the Ojai area in California. 5.1 magnitude here just a few minutes ago, 2:41 Pacific time, so about 20 minutes ago now, an earthquake. So if you're watching my coverage there and getting later in that last update, you probably felt that there. Especially if you're closer toward the epicenter, a little sequence of them. But that was the strongest there reported on Ohio, 5.1 at 2:41 Pacific time. So definitely interesting weather out there, not necessarily related to the system. I know we did have one that had a Sandy back there years ago, along, or maybe it was Irene actually. I believe it actually was Irene, if I remember right, not Sandy, back there on the East Coast when we had that East Coast storm years ago. So interesting, nonetheless. But you can see here right now, as we're looking, we have these flash flood warnings here in play. These flash flood warnings here as we have this considerable threat of danger with all this rain coming on down. It's not coming down really quick, but the problem is these are not areas that can handle much rain at all. I mean, quarter inch, half inch, pretty quick causes flooding, and we're seeing more rain than that here in these spots. Some of this heaviest downpour accent, according to radar right now, looks to be around LA, even though the center is still down in Mexico and Baja California with this. So, again, you can see here. You can see in parts of LA there a lot of heavy downpours. Some of these different communities there in areas, Santa Monica. You see Torrance here, Inglewood's included in some of this. So, getting some heavier issues. Pasadena, where they put the Rose Bowl every year, of course. That's getting into some of these light to moderate downpours, which for them, something you don't see very often, especially this consistent, which can cause considerable danger, life-threatening flash flooding. Already getting the oils in the roads to mix earlier on. Now it's getting to be more about just issues here, really, with flooding. I mean, you're probably getting past the oil mixing stage of this much rain on the roads here at this point. Let's go to the east because we have a flash flood warning here. I know as we're looking south of Big Bear Lake. So that's an issue there, and that's for areas of, it looks like the Apple on El Dorado burn score there in Riverside County, and then San Bernardino County there. And then we have some issues out here as well. I know we're just looking towards some of the different spots. I know Palm Springs doesn't self very good on this map. So let me do a couple of things here to make sure we get our geography right. Because I want to mention something about Palm Springs. There we go. North of Cathedral City there. We're getting a report out of that area in Riverside County now, 2:53 Pacific time. There is a report in 1 hour, and around here you wouldn't think much of it, but there it's a big deal. We got 9/10 of an inch of rain in 1 hour there. That's the last hour from 1:53 Pacific time to 2:53 Pacific. So that's 4:53 p.m. Eastern time to 5:53 p.m. Eastern time. Almost an inch of rain in 1 hour in this area. So that can cause problems. There's a flash flood warning in play there. That being an issue with the San Diego office for Riverside County. You have areas there that have this life-threatening flash flooding danger. Heavy rain producing flash flooding. So remember, turn around, don't drown. That's an important mantra. The Weather Service emphasizes. It's not something folks in some of these spots are used to. These are desert areas here. A lot of these spots. Instead, today we're getting a tropical storm to come through. A much cooler temperature. I mean, we're in the 70s out here. I mean, these areas are into the 110s here many days. Just looking back, and today we're at 74 right now in this area in Palm Springs. And again, a flash flood warning, an inch of rain in about an hour there, which is a big deal in toward that spot. Again, LA getting all this rain here from the tropical storm as well. All that piling on in there. And that can be an issue as this kind of swings on up. Let's see if we can get a loop together real quick. Do we want to loop the LA radar? Let's do that. So let me go ahead and load these frames in. I'll make our computer work hard here just for a moment. You can hear it working hard again as we give you guys the latest. Definitely trying to give you guys the very latest here to protect you, your friends, and your family You can see that rainfall is sweeping on through here in this considerable flash flooding danger. You can see all that rain. I mean, that's quite a bit of rain coming on in. I mean, for these areas, these are not areas used to moderate downpours. The winds aren't as high as they could be, which is good because you have more issues with trees. But I'm sure you're getting some of them to fall over in this type of situation there in LA County. So, again, you can see here these downpours just kind of sweeping on in. Right now, that's been coming from kind of the east off toward the west, or maybe the southeast to the north and west a little bit. So again, just gonna keep watching things here and tracking them. I know some different reports coming on in some other spots. Again, we have several, many, and this is what happened in this mode here on our other source. All these red, maroonish colored boxes are considerable flash flooding dangers. We have 14 of them. We have a life-threatening flash flooding situation, and we didn't have any earlier on today, this afternoon in the Eastern time zone. We haven't had any flash flood emergencies yet, but I have a couple of regular flash flood warnings in play here. But we're gonna have to keep careful as we're looking. I know toward Riverside County there. Looks like one of the spots there over an inch of rain an hour, and then not right in Palm Springs, but in San Diego County, 8 miles southeast of Warner Springs, 1.17 inch of rain there. 1.117 inches of rain there in 1 hour. Looks like the word Ranchita there. So again, just kind of giving you guys the latest on what's going on. It's another flash flood warning. This keeps Roy coming one after another. And this one here that's coming out for is like Yuma County in Arizona, Imperial County in California. So you're seeing all those winds down there. You're getting the dust storm, the blowing dust. We had the earthquake reported there around Ohio, 5.1 magnitude, around 2:41 p.m. there, Pacific time. So again, big deal. Got to work some of these different spots. So let's go ahead and move on in here and give you guys another look at some of our different tools that we have here in the Weather Center. You can see here, you can see that we're dealing with all these warnings, core air in some spots in normal. Little warmer to the east, still got a tornado threat here in play as well. So again, we're just gonna keep seeing issues here potentially arise. You can see that predicted in the yellow. We sometimes have some of that threat even up toward Las Vegas, even into Utah here from this tropical storm. Again, this is stuff you generally don't expect to see here, but that's what's happening today. A very odd, anomalous, bizarre scenario with a tropical storm impacting parts of California. Getting reports in Imperial County now. Law enforcement reporting semi blown over on Interstate 8. That was a little while ago, Mountain Time, 1:42 Mountain time, it would seem. Mountain Standard Time, though. So, again, in Augusta, 69 miles an hour, the dust storm on Yuma at 2:14 Mountain Standard Time. Of course, keep in mind we're in Pacific Daylight Time, a lot of the other spots. But then it looks like visibility there as low as 100 feet in Yuma County, Arizona. Another report coming in at 2:40 Mountain Time from a dust storm on the edge of the tropical storm. And we have an earthquake there reported to the north. So crazy, crazy stuff here. Bizarre scenario with our tropical storm, with Tropical Storm Hilary moving on through. A high risk of flash flooding is setting up here, and it's going to just keep deteriorating in some of these spots as that center gets closer. The winds, I mean, the mountainous regions are a lot more intense than others, but in some of the more coastal areas, we haven't had the winds. They're a little lower to the ground there, not the winds getting as high. So that's some good news, at least, to limit power outages in some of the more populated spots so far. Again, that could change on us here, though. That could change. We'll just have to keep tracking things here for you guys in the Weather Center. Again, center of circulation moving pretty quick here, about 20 miles an hour or so up toward the north. So, again, I'm kind of pushing this on out here as we look ahead later on in that timeline. And we're just going to keep watching things, keep tracking things. It's 3:10 Pacific time right now, 6:10 Eastern. We're watching things also toward our area here. That's not what we're on, of course, but we have a strong thunderstorm right now toward the Big Bend region around Crawfordville areas just east of there. Not severe, but we'll watch it, of course. Our commitment to our local viewers is always in play, and if we get a warning, we'll let you know about that. I haven't had any local warnings here recently, but You just never know. A little bit higher chance of rain today, as I alluded to earlier on in the timeline. A little bit of a disturbance to the south here, and then that could get more rain to where Texas. We had a thunderstorm warning toward the Tampa area earlier on. Even reported some lightning problems apparently out that way. But again, our focus today, at least, is on Tropical Storm Hilary, pumping all this moisture in here toward parts of California, here. You can see all these different communities getting here into this rain, like Van Nuys and Burbank, Pasadena, Hawthorne, California, Long Beach there, over toward Torrance. Looks like areas there. I mean, I was talking about Palm Springs earlier on. As we're kind of talking about some of the different spots. So again, let's just keep watching things here, keep tracking them for you. And I know sometimes the radar coverage isn't as good in some of these areas further off toward the east, or in the mountainous areas. So we're not getting as good of a signal, maybe, and not seeing everything that's flowing, and that can cause issues. We could have debris flows and things like that here. Flash flooding, that's life threatening. Remember to turn around, don't drown here. Remember to turn around, don't drown. And we'll just have to continue to watch the progress of this here over the next little bit as things do continue to evolve on us here. All these different warnings in play. One of the more recent polygons being issued, it looks like out here. Getting towards some of these different spots up toward San Bernardino County, western San Bernardino County areas are like Fort Irwin, Barstow, 29 Palms. You kind of get the idea there, and just gonna have to keep on tracking things. The flood they're reported toward Riverside County in California, Pizen Pass there, and State Road 60. Flooded roadway reported according to law enforcement. So I just gonna have to keep tracking everything here for you guys. But I'll be back here at the bottom of the hour with more as we continue to watch the movement, the progress, the track of Tropical Storm Hilary, a rare and historic scenario impacting parts of California on this Sunday, August 20th, 2023. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date again. See you about 3:30 Pacific time.
This is a cloud's weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour trying to keep you guys safe and informed here on Tropical Storm Hilary. You can see here all these flash flood warnings, these green polygons in play in California. There's so much of a flooding danger. They're just not obviously used to tropical systems out here because we don't really get them out here at all in the Southwest, especially when they're going to have a direct impact and a direct center of circulation go across here. It'll be the first time since 1939 when that area there is just a little north of where it's plotted in that 2 o'clock Pacific update it's kind of pushing on up, and it's going to be there in the ward areas near San Diego and not too long from now. And then luckily there's not as much on the back side of this, but there is still some. The radar kind of cuts it off some because we're further away from the beam. You don't have the radar views in Mexico or Baja California, but infrared satellite not so as much. We'll see if some stuff kind of forms back there. I know it's still in the middle of the afternoon, but it's been quite a bit cooler in towards some of these spots today, and all that cloud cover has been really the storyline being reported right now. Though there are some gusts here, areas around Thousand Oaks, 8 miles southwest here in Ventura County, in a mountainous area. Gusts of 57 miles an hour reported at 2:46 Pacific time, and then it looks like about 2:46 Pacific time. We had this again, that report coming on in. It looks like they sent it out twice actually here in this reporting system. But we just got a gust here a few moments ago in Imperial, California at 63 miles an hour on the ASOS there. And then Imperial County, 1 mile west southwest of that community, a gust of 60 miles an hour reported at the top of that 2 o'clock mountain time hour. So again, a lot of different things happening. The areas around LA, the more populated areas, aren't getting as high of wind. Not in these areas here that are kind of more densely packed. I mean, you're seeing a situation not in the as mountainous of an area, and the winds aren't able to get down there as much. It's lower down, so they're not getting down these winds toward the surface, but still gust 36 miles an hour. It's pretty strong there. I mean, toward Los Angeles there at Whitman airport here. That might be actually Whiteman Airport. I believe that's how you would pronounce that. They're actually in toward the northern part of LA there. Just here over the last little bit. And once we get to 39 miles an hour, that'd be a tropical storm gust. So again, that's something that we'll be kind of looking at. I'm sure they'll start putting those local storm reports in here for those. Sometimes I put them in tropical reports. It looks like there was a gust to the west. They just put in a thunderstorm or non-thunderstorm type of wind gust here. Okay, they actually call it thunderstorm, but I know in the east, generally the tropical systems, they would use it as a tropical cyclone type of report when you have these gusts over 39. But again, it's something they're not used to out here, so definitely kind of have to adjust to how they do things sometimes. I know there's some tropical storm warnings in play for the first time ever, and then we have to have high wind warnings. The Phoenix office, I know you see high wind warnings toward the east, a little bit closer toward Yuma in Arizona. So some unique things here about this setup for sure. So again, I see Victorville. We're kind of on the Santa Ana mountains radar right now, but on Victorville, they're getting in some rain. Riverside, you can see how things get cut off. It's raining in these areas that are kind of blank. It's just a matter of the radar beam not able to get a good look at some of the convection here. Because I mean, you're just kind of getting some blockage, some beam blockage here at this point in time. But you see here, these gusts of wind here, they're up there to some degree, not overwhelming. I know these are considerable warnings, though, for the most part. We'll watch to see if you get flash flood emergencies. Those would be catastrophic ones that went to the other mode earlier on in city. Those these are maroon on that mode. This is a mode that here we don't use to differentiate though. Those type of warnings. We just sum all together here. These flash flood warnings. I know one of them in play for highly populated Los Angeles until at least 7:45 Pacific time tonight. Southern Los Angeles and southeastern Ventura counties. So that's a big deal. You see all this moisture around, and I also had an earthquake there just a little while ago, if you can believe it, not related to this system necessarily. 5.1 there on Ohio on 2:41 Pacific time. That's a pretty big one. They have earthquakes out here, but that's enough to cause some issues there around Santa Barbara, feeling that for sure, and even some of the other areas around there too. But Santa Barbara, and a little bit closer up there, you see it kind of on the edge of the map. let's kind of see where we're at. So there's Ojai, and then this is around Ojai and Ventura County, Santa Barbara County there, right on the edge of this, and they're having impact from this, and you can see all this heavier accent of the rain and some of the areas like Inglewood, and that's where the Chargers and the Rams play. You have Long Beach there, you have Torrance, you have, if I zoom in tight enough, you can see Santa Monica there. Even as we get further up, you see Culver City. So again, just kind of giving you guys an idea of what's going on. West Hollywood showing up there. So Pasadena, where they play the Rose Bowl. So again, just kind of giving you guys an idea here with this. And I know it kind of is funny when I say that. Like you can tell we're on the East Coast when we just keep saying the Rose Bowl over and over again. I'm just trying to kind of give you guys, if you're not watching from that area, if you're watching nationally here, we're of course in Florida covering this national story, just to get you guys really understanding what we're talking about, to kind of get you guys to relate when we say stuff like that, because a lot of people don't necessarily know some of these cities here, but they know Pasadena in general. Most folks, college football fans for sure, and the Rose Bowl there, and the Rose Bowl parade every year there, pretty much. So again, looking there and getting some more reports in right now. Looks like Los Angeles County. Sandberg, the ASOS there on 11:28 Pacific time reported, okay, they're in a tropical storm now on some of these here. Looks like a gust of 50 and the LA County area, and then it looks like at 1:30 Pacific time, Los Angeles County, California, a gust of 64 miles an hour on a truck trail, but that's over 4,000 feet in elevation. So that's 10 miles southeast of Santa Clarita there. So again, just kind of giving you guys an idea of what's going on out this way with this threat. This is a big deal, of course, for these areas, getting all this precip. Gonna check some more radar reviews again. Just bear with me. I know this radar was having an issue a moment ago, but it's coming up on our end again. Let's go to our storm total rainfall. You can see 2-3 inches according to this up towards Santa Clarita. In LA proper, this is showing about an inch there already. Inglewood, I know you hear that, you don't think, well, what's the big deal nationally? Well, this is a lot of rain for these areas, and we just got our first tornado warning here from the system, though, towards San Diego County in California. So we're going to go to that in just a second. But this is rain where the soils, they can't absorb this. They cannot absorb this very quickly because they're harder. This is more, I mean, not right now, necessarily, but in general, things are more desert country. But a very rare tornado warning this issued in parts of California now for parts of San Diego County until 4 o'clock Pacific time. So let's go over here. This is something you're not used to doing or dealing with in California. A possible tornado. And this is about to cross. It's hard to see the circulation, but I see it a little bit right here. Interstate 8, not very populated out here, but it is about to cross the interstate. A possible tornado near Interstate East, just east of Alpine right now. So you need to go ahead and get those pillows and blankets over your head if you're like maybe in a home out here, something like that, and getting that into your room to protect yourself from flying debris. Just stuff you got to do here in these tornado situations. You're not used to this here, folks. Let's go ahead and see. We don't have a tornado watch in play. We have a tornado warning. Let's go to these tornado safety tips because you guys aren't used to this out here in California. At 3:37 Pacific time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located in Alpine, moving north at 20 miles an hour. So this is in San Diego County in southwestern California. Very rare to get tornado warnings out here. It's so rare, obviously, to have a tropical system, but a tornado warning now. Possible tornado right near the interstate, right near Interstate 8 there. So hopefully you're not driving right now on that stretch of road. You have Alpine there. You have, looks like Sky Valley Captain Grande Indian Reservation, I should say. Over toward the Viejas Indian Reservation. If I mispronounce any of these, I apologize. Boulder Creek, Barrett Lake. So we have a possible tornado in California now. First tornado warning, probably in a while in California, this part of California especially. And this is from a tropical system. Long time, probably since we had a tornado warning from a landfall and tropical system that's impacting parts of California. It made landfall earlier on, but possible circulation near the interstate. So there's what you need to do. Take shelter. You're not used to tornadoes out here, but you probably just got the alert on your phone. Maybe you're tuning in to me. here, or maybe you're not. You may be watching local meteorologists. They're covering it, I'm sure, on their different platforms as well. But just if you have relatives out here, give them the alert that there's a tornado warning now in south central San Diego County around Alpine, a possible tornado near Interstate 8 based on Doppler indications. So they need to take these precautions, the tornado warning precautions. There's no tornado watch right now in play, but let's come back on camera again. It's very rare to have a tornado warning out here, so let's stick with this just a little bit. Probably won't stick with it the whole time, but this goes to 4 o'clock Pacific time. You see some greens and reds in here. It's kind of broad again. It's not what you generally expect around here, but we have some elevation that could be dealing with here the radar view that's obscuring things and check for debris. I don't see anything right now, but again, it'd be kind of hard to tell. We're not used to California tornado warnings. This is just to the south and west here of Descanso, if I'm pronouncing that properly, and then you have a little bit further west, even Pine Valley. Again, a possible tornado is not in San Diego proper, even though it includes part of the county. San Diego, you're not under a tornado warning in town. This is out east of El Cajon, excuse me. And areas like La Mesa there, kind of getting out here. Let's get on over a possible tornado inward this year as we keep getting high wind gusts around Yuma, Arizona at 62 miles an hour. They just keep getting the wind reports right in town there. What a nasty day for those folks with dust and like further out toward the east there, just across on the side of the eastern side of the California border. But again, this doesn't look impressive overall on this, but the problem is we're not used to these type of situations at all out here. And I'll kind of loop this, just kind of lay his frames on in. You can see I have a little bit of convection here. And now possible tornado in this area, just east of Alpine, California. Again, a possible tornado, very rare here. This is all, again, east of El Cajon there, and east of San Diego, and just northeast of Chula Vista and Imperial Beach. We're still getting some rain here from the tropical system, the core of it further down toward the south to some degree, though it's spread out a good bit as we've talked about. So, I mean, just with the overall center is where that is to the south. But then you have flash flood warnings up here, and then you have a tornado warning in parts of California right now from Hilary. Again, a tropical storm Hilary tornado warning. I may not give any of these because I've noticed things aren't really necessarily setting up for this overall, but if we have these little spins here that are enough to issue for it, and maybe we will get them because they might want to be over cautious in case the radar coverage is lacking out here in some of these mountainous, more areas filled with terrain, so you're not able to see stuff. So again, tornado warning here in California now in San Diego County. A possible tornado here from Hilary, tropical storm Hilary, east of Alpine, moving north at 20 miles an hour. Again, this is very rare to see ever a red polygon, a possible tornado in California, but that's what we're down with right now. With the tropical storm, you see a little bit of heavier accent, by the way, with the rain crossing over the interstate. 15 quarter no tornado warning there right now, but some heavier winds maybe with some of those possible, though I'm not seeing a whole bunch of it on there, but I'm seeing a little bit. And you have areas going to be getting further up the coast here. So San Clemente there, and they're continuing this tornado warning now. The update just coming in out of the San Diego office. It's very rare to get these out here, but a possible tornado is located still near Alpine, moving north at about 20 miles an hour. So the latest information was that this is a situation where we could have flying debris that could be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Again, you just want to make sure that you're not in a mobile home here because those can be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles can occur, and then tree damage is likely. Alpine, Cucamonga Rancho State Park, Descanso there. Again, if I'm mispronouncing some of these, I apologize. Try my best here. You have areas like the Viejas Indian Reservation, Boulder Creek. So again, it's the southeast of the San Diego Country Estate. So again, a possible tornado in here. Now, it didn't look all that impressive on this view. This isn't how it gets around here generally, the tornado threat in our neck of the woods, from Florida, South Florida, but there has been some rotation detected there by the radar operator, the weather service in San Diego, and you can still see some of it there. Now, This doesn't sort of that good at first, but you kind of see it and you have some spin right in here. Let's see if there's any debris with this. This, oh, you can't really tell. I mean, it's really, look at the terrain out here. I mean, that is, wow. Gotta believe there's not that much population as we get further from the interstate too, which might be a good reason here to kind of break away from this for now. I don't have my population statistics up here at this moment. I know we probably had some right into the interstate though, near the interstate corridor, but now we're starting to get in more rural territory. This part of California is more rural, but right in the interstate, not so much. And we could have a tornado, at least based on indications, right near I-8, Interstate 8 there, just east of Alpine, California. Over the last little bit again, this is very, very rare to see out here in California. Let's go up the radar views to the north here. Let's look at this view, Santa Ana Mountains radar. You can see some heavier downpours, Santa Clarita and Los Angeles, and some of these areas, Thousand Oaks, Malibu's getting a pretty heavy downpour. Let's see if there's any rotation out here because maybe a little bit. It could just be from the storm, but pretty heavy, honestly, for that area on this view. Let's go to the weather radar that's a little closer. Again, the terrain's going to play a big role here. Be a problem for us detecting things, but this does show a little bit of enhancement of rain. Let's see if there's any rotation on this view. Not really. Okay, but some gustier winds in here that could cause some power outages around Malibu in California right now. So, again, some heavier downpours here from Tropical Storm Hilary. I mean, in that area, you have these winds around San Fernando, and you have Santa Monica. You have areas still not okay. Do we have a flash flood warning now for Victorville? I think we do, or is that still away from them? The way these polygons are drawn, you have to have like a polygon expert almost to determine how these are shaping or up. They might not quite be in one yet around Victorville, but they could get under one here in a little bit. Uh, Very interesting, and just with the geography, the topography, it's a very interesting situation here to say the least. So you can see some greens and reds on the radar view. If this gets extended, it'd be getting further on the east, but that'd be something we'll talk about more here at 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern time cut in. So another update here in 13 minutes. So let's go ahead and take a break for now. Tornado warning remaining in effect. Obviously, we're not anywhere close to this area, but it's a big national story. That's why we're covering it. We'd be emphasizing this more. This is our local area, though it is very rural, I believe, as we get further to the north there, based on indications on our topography, geography, as we get away from the interstate corridor. But yet a tornado warning in play here as Hilary's circulation gets closer here in toward these areas. By the way, real quick, our local area, no warnings for 62 counties. Not while we're on or anything like that. But we do have some stronger thunderstorms out here toward parts of the Big Bend, even toward Decatur and Seminole County, Jackson County, Gadsden. 40-mile-an-hour winds possible there. Same toward the south. So this stuff we're going to be watching here. We're going to be tracking for you. But right now, you see Las Vegas. They're not getting too heavy of rain yet, but they can have flooding pretty quick. So that is something we'll have to watch. Right now, more of the rain is staying to the west, but some rain's coming in. Even just a little bit of rain can cause problems there in towards southern Nevada. So into rain, by the way, Cathedral City in an hour. That's near Palm Springs. So that's just the last hour from 2:35 to 3:35 Pacific time. So remember, turnaround, don't drown as well. In addition to the tornado precautions, obviously, if you have these overlapping tornado precautions, generally it takes precedence. But hopefully, we don't get any of those situations where we really have life-threatening situations with both of those. So again, back here at the top of the hour with more. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at the top of the hour right now. It's 4 o'clock Pacific time, 7 o'clock Eastern. We're tracking this tropical storm Hilary. All these green polygons indicative of flash flood warnings here inward parts of Southern California. Considerable danger, Roy, life-threatening situation, not necessarily flash flood emergencies, Roy, but situation where we have some nasty, nasty flooding a possibility, including in Los Angeles. And we had that tornado warning just go away here for parts of San Diego County that has expired it a little bit further out toward the east there of San Diego is out toward those areas there along the interstate roadway where we're watching things there off toward the east of Alpine. But again, looking here, we're getting a bunch of reports streaming on in right now. And it looks like a report of 5.21 inches there around Ranchita there in San Diego County, California, a little while ago. That was at 3:07 Pacific time. So a lot of rain in these areas, more terrain, Roy, and that induces some of these totals here, things that the weather here. You're able to get more rain to come down in these spots. I mean, it's like with snow sometimes. Those higher elevation areas have more issues with this. So again, looking like some power poles reported down now in Imperial County, California. That is 3 miles east of Sealy there. And in another area in Imperial County, a report of a tree blown down on a power pole. So that's in far southern California. Let's go ahead and go to our view here. Let's go to the Yuma, Arizona area radar to do this. We'll go ahead and switch that on over right now. Let's go ahead and kind of give you guys a perspective. So you see the gust in the 60s. We've had a report of a dust storm out toward Yuma there earlier on. Very bizarre. And you can see 61 still showing up here on this. This is Imperial County, and you see the Imperial County Airport, a gust there about 60. That's near El Centro. So again, it is something to watch as we're getting there just north of the U.S.-Mexico border. So again, a big national story. That's what we're on all the platforms with it. I know we focus generally on North Florida, South Georgia, and our 62 counties, but this is a storm system. I know in some ways, I mean, maybe some of the areas aren't going to get hit as hard as they could. I mean, some areas in these type of situations don't get the brunt of things, but it's still going to be the first tropical storm, it looks like, to directly hit California since 1939. And that's something that's really historic in nature and still having an impact on power outages. Not an overwhelming amount, but in some of these areas that are most vulnerable to flooding, you could have deadly flooding take place. So again, got to be careful here as we're looking right now. At least there's no flash flood warning right in San Diego proper, but parts of San Diego County, we have warnings in play for that danger. And you just got to remember, turn around, don't drown in this type of setup. Again, just keep looking here at all of our different information coming in. Looks like a report of flash flooding in Los Angeles County there a little while ago. So let's go ahead and go to the broad view. Or I tell you what, let's zoom in a little bit on this. It's going to be the broad view, kind of, but I want to highlight an area here specifically. This is going to be the broad radar view, but you see Santa Clarita there up toward the north, and we're getting a report 3 miles southeast of Santa Clarita there. This is earlier in the day. There's already mud flowing across the highway there near a canyon road. So that kind of tells the story. It doesn't take much rain to cause flooding in these spots that are really vulnerable. And you're getting moderate rain there. That's enough to cause issues right now around Santa Clarita. 3 miles southeast, law enforcement earlier on reported a flash flood with mud flowing across Highway 14 near a canyon road. And they're also being towed down toward Riverside County now. Let's get back down here. You can see some of these flash flood warnings here in play, and then it looks like this is the area I want to highlight. So around Indio there, 4 miles east northeast, we're being told 2 vehicles are stuck in rushing water on Dillon Road and Landfill Road. So obviously that's why folks are being urged not to go out today if they can avoid it. Hopefully folks will be safe in this type of situation, but 2 vehicles stuck in rushing water there in Riverside County, according to the Department of Highway. That just coming in here moments ago, but happening around 30 minutes ago when that really was maybe starting to come in there to the officials that needed to respond to this. So again, this again a nasty situation. We have 22 flash flood warnings. We didn't have any early in the afternoon in Eastern time toward part of California. I was watching earlier. We didn't have any, but now we have 22 flash flood warning boxes here in play. Messy situation, obviously. So much danger here. You got to remember, turn around, don't drown. These are all the green boxes. Let me zoom out a little bit further. Nothing right now for San Diego proper, Las Vegas, but we do have one for Palm Springs. There we had an inch in an hour, which is a lot of rain for that area in 1 hour. 1 inch of rain in 1 hour. It's not like it is around here in North Florida, South Florida. That's not much, but for them, those areas, desert areas here, they just can't handle this here. And that's causing big time problems. So again, all these green boxes, if you're in these areas, you got to remember, turn around, don't drown. And we could have been more of these issued. We will have more of these issued as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon here, Pacific time, and into the evening. So again, nasty situation from Hilary. Tropical storm Hilary here having an impact on Southern California right now. Going to have an impact on Arizona as well. We talked about Yuma. You have Las Vegas in here. We'll have to see how much rain works its way up there, but that's a very highly populated area that floods really easy. Can have deadly flood and have had deadly floods there in recent memory. So again, gotta be careful there on Las Vegas here. Is this you have a flash flood warning south of there right now? So let's go ahead and zoom in. This is an area here issued by the Las Vegas office for San Bernardino County. Doppler radar indicating heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding ongoing are expected to begin shortly. Debris flows on the York fire burn scar, really the storyline. So these areas that have all that really a burn up type of land area, I mean, you have flooding that happens really rapidly. So again, got to be really careful here. Just life-threatening flash flooding, low water crossings, creeks, normally dry washes and roads a possibility here. So again, let's go ahead and zoom back out once again. And this might underdo it a little with these tropical downpours. This is your 12-hour rainfall now. You go back to 4 a.m. Pacific to 4 p.m. Pacific here. And Santa Clarita actually has gotten more rain than almost anybody, according to this view, over 3 inches, which is a lot. I mean, not to over. I mean, you hear me say 3 inches around here. That's not that much in a lot of cases. You can get a flash flood warning with that around here. But for California, over 3 inches there on Santa Clarita. I mean, some of these orange spots actually. And the terrain, I mean, most of this is 3 inches in this red here, but I'm actually seeing a couple spots. I bet that's because of the terrain. You see these, it's 3 inches, but some of these spots are actually down up closer to 5 inch totals now. So that's a problem, obviously. I mean, they had the problem with the debris flow earlier on. There's a few other spots in here starting to fill up. I mean, you can see, I mean, these aren't necessarily in their cities that are showing on the map here. This is near Wrightwood now, 2-3 inches. Let's go ahead and this, I mean, this data just came in the last hour, which is adding to these and really making them stand out. But some of the areas aren't really standing out as much in terms of the population density and the overall rainfall here. I mean, you have some of these blues, it's about an inch, by the way. I know we don't have the table on here. It kind of sometimes we have to keep that off because it's going between different modes here and it doesn't set the right table for the right thing. But I'm going to break this down. So these lighter blues about an inch, darker blues about a half inch. Sometimes the radar obscures things. The greens less amounts than that, but then when you get into the purples, those are actually lesser than the reds on this color table. That's closer to 2 inches in the light purple there. You just below that, and then 2 inches dark purple above that, and then your red about 3 inches, and then the yellows again. That's about 5 inches. That's really concerning there. I haven't heard necessarily. I mean, we had some of the reporting coming out of there with the flooding earlier on, but I kind of wonder how bad the flooding's getting there on Santa Clarita right now. Because they're really getting hit hard. Even the storm center is still down here in Mexico, just barely right now, though. I say that, and honestly, our latest mode here, yeah, I'm just looking here. I know we had it to the south there by about 80 miles at 5 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Pacific, and it was supposed to maybe be about 6 o'clock Pacific be in California, though. It almost looks like it's sped up even more. And it may be right there near the coast somehow. This is maybe not exactly right the way it's treating it, but maybe just south of the border here right now. Maybe, let's say this is off a little bit. Let's just say the spin maybe it's closer in here. But you're still getting the worst of the impacts in the U.S. right now, way to the north with the rainfall totals. I mean, there's a chance we could have got more rain in some of these spots that the radar's not reading and not estimating for. But just, I mean, again, I think it's worth mentioning, overemphasizing, just in case, areas here around Santa Clarita, because that's a more populated area here. It's a lot of rain. I mean, for California, 3 inches in 12 hours. But I mean, some of that falling here more recently. I mean, they go between us. This is about a quarter to half an inch here in the last hour. And you're still getting more rain in there as we're looking further to the east now. Victorville. I don't think you're under flash flood warning still in that area, but you're getting some rain there, and that's along the interstate corridor. And again, Indio having issues there, unfortunate problems being reported there. Again, two vehicles stuck in rushing water on Dillon Road and Landfill Road. So again, Hilary having an impact. As you see on San Diego, Plattsburgh, warning this to the east, all this wind there, power poles down around El Centro. And then you see just around Yuma there, we had all the wind and the dust, and they have some more rain and storms. They have more instability out here, by the way, in case we were to get like some type of more organized tornado threat. I don't know if we're going to tornado watch. I kind of lean against it here at this point, but we do have more energy out here. And then further out, maybe a little too far away from the circulation, but you have more energy out there. I mean, we're in monsoon season as we're looking. But I mean, the temperature's a little cooler out there today than they generally are. I mean, we're generally well into the 110s here in some of these spots. I mean, even in Arizona, but I mean, from Palm Springs, they were seeing temperatures way into the triple digits, but not today. Much cooler, even though we have the danger of the flooding in play. I mean, it's in the 70s around LA, but around Palm Springs as well. Some of the different spots. You see Cathedral City, that's near where Palm Springs is. There you go. They're only 75 degrees right now. That is very cool for them. I know it doesn't sound like it if you're watching around North Florida, but I mean, they've been getting in the way, I mean, 10 degrees plus to over 100, and today they're only at 75 degrees, but it's a little more humid than they generally would be. Normally it's a drier heat. Today it's a wetter type of feel to things with the rain coming down, of course. A little more humid out there, so see if the heat index is picking up on anything here. No, it's not. Any of these? Not really. 84 out here closer to the coast, but it feels like around Santa Maria. But again, let's just go ahead and continue to watch things with this tropical storm Hilary here in the southwestern U.S. Right now, 21 flash flood warnings in that California region, but eventually they're going to have some of those translate even more. I mean, we have a little bit in Arizona with one of these, it looks like, and then we have the threat eventually into Nevada as well, as we talked about here in the description of the video. Still some high wind warnings continuing out toward the east there, and you have the tropical storm warning still to Palm Springs, toward Los Angeles, toward San Diego. Sustained winds in excess of 39 possible in some of these cases here at points. So again, just have to be kind of cognizant of that. As the time does go along, and the mountainous areas getting higher winds out. By the way, look how warm it is up towards San Francisco this afternoon. You see 93 up there, 99 just to the east, and then kind of interesting to see that warmer up there. It doesn't always work like that in California, where it's warmer up there and in that part of that area closer to the coast, and then so cool down here toward the desert areas. Very unusual to see areas like Death Valley core into San Francisco, I would think, here as we're looking at things meteorologically. So, again, just continuing to watch things. We're just going to keep giving you the latest updates. The center there getting closer, and toward California. We have another update from the National Hurricane Center in about 30 minutes or so. And we'll be back ourselves in about 17 minutes. But no, we actually aren't going to be back in 17 minutes. We have a local severe thunderstorm warning right now. We're going to come back here at about the hour 4:30 Pacific. But we actually have a local warning in our 62 counties that just popped up. This is pretty rural territory, thankfully. But let's talk about it here real quick. We need to stick with this for at least a few moments. We have a local warning now in our 62 counties again. Cloudy weather here. We're covering the national storyline here, of course, but our local 62 counties are our priority. This is not the most overwhelming threat, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning box just popping up right now for parts of Liberty and Wakulla counties now until about 8 o'clock tonight. So let's go ahead and kind of give you guys the latest here on what's going on with that. So let's go ahead and put our clock up here real quick to let you know the Eastern time zone situation. I know this gets a little confusing because we've been focusing on California, but we have to worry about our local viewers as well out toward the east here. So that's kind of what we're doing right now with this. Again, so severe thunderstorm warning is being issued here. This is the Big Bend of Florida. So let's go ahead and come back on camera. So let me read a statement from the Weather Service in Tallahassee. At 7:13, a severe thunderstorm was located 21 miles west of Crawfordville. So thankfully, it's gotten through Crawfordville there, but it's moving west at 25 miles an hour. So pretty rural areas out here in northwestern McCullough, southern Liberty counties. We have Orange, we have East Camp, the Jewel Fire Tower, Jensen Place, Central City, Red Hill, Poplar Camp, Smith Creek, over toward Kern, Wilma, Lewis, Woods, Nixon Garden, Twin Pole. Very rural out here. Don't get me wrong, we wouldn't generally be on for this if we weren't already on with the national storyline, and the logo is red for the national story, not for anything around here. But we're with this, and we're not going to post this like we normally would, since we're in this special cover. So let's just go ahead and talk about this warning at least a few minutes longer here. So let's go ahead and see, guys, what we're dealing with is an emphasis here in the Doppler algorithms of some wind enhancement. So let's go ahead and go back to the south here a little bit, I think, and kind of show it to you this way on our other radar views. So you can see we have a little bit of greens and reds, not necessarily anything tornadic. I know we mentioned the other day could have a little bit of extra energy with these storms here in terms of that pattern here setting up. We could have that system ultimately develop as it moves toward Texas. That's further to our south, and we do have a little bit of that around Smith Creek right now in parts of the Big Bend region. So again, Tallahassee getting a gust of about 35 miles an hour just a little while ago there in Leon County. And again, a severe thunderstorm warning. There's your base velocity. So on winds 40, you just had a head actually about 50 on that boundary there. I know we were on this radar way earlier. So let's go ahead and load the frames in, and you can see what kind of prompted this. You saw these yellows start to emerge there. And then there's where your box goes, and that's about the first scan since the warning came out. A little bit weaker, but right before then it was a little bit stronger there. So we could get a few trees knocked down in this area. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Liberty and Wakulla in our local 62 counties. Again, a big deviation from our national story that we're covering. But this is something we generally post about because it's not the most popular area, not the most overwhelming signature. We just post on Facebook and Twitter. This is not something that's really overwhelming, but we have this warning here in play, and it goes to 8 o'clock. So again, a local warning in our 62 counties right now. Let's go ahead and just look at some of the details on this. So again, we have Orange there, East Camp, Jewel Fire Tower, Central City, Red Hill, over where Poplar Camp, Smith Creek, Kern, Wilma, Lewis, Woods, Nixon Garden, and Twin Pole. Right Dobbs there issuing this again over the last few moments this morning at 7:13, coming out from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. Meteorologist Wright Dobbs there issuing that with the storm moving west at 25 miles an hour. So again, let's just go ahead and keep checking things here. You can see the greens and the reds here. Not for tornadic rotation or anything like that, I don't think. Out of this, it's not the most impressive storm we've ever seen. And again, we wouldn't generally be in front of the camera or even on probably for an area that's still rural and not really overwhelming, just kind of marginally severe. But we'd just be posting about something like this. It's probably going to be about the only one we get today in our covered area. But since we're already on with the other stream, let's just talk about it a little bit longer. Again, severe thunderstorm warning until 8 o'clock for parts of Liberty and Wakulla counties here in the Big Bend of Florida, not Crawfordville, not areas there that are more populated out there like Chop Choppy or St. Mark's. But again, we have this threat. You have the lightning here in play. So again, whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors here. And we're seeing pixels 38, 39 miles an hour on this. So could have some gusty winds. Again, not many roads showing up out here. But again, we have a severe thunderstorm warning now within our 62 counties until 8 o'clock officially. That's when it's set to expire. So let's go ahead and put up again the Doppler radar view, and you can kind of see here what we're dealing with. Again, some gusty showers and thunderstorms coming through here over the last little bit, but nothing that's gotten warned. until now. Nothing tornadic about this either, so don't get stressed out about things. The reason the logo is red is for our national storyline, not the local storyline by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to be hot this week. Don't get me wrong. We'll talk about that more here in the days to come, but use those heat safety tips here that we've been talking about. I drink plenty of water and the like, but again, right now we'll get back to the national storyline. We have some local breaking weather here right now. A severe thunderstorm warning on play for parts of Liberty and Wakulla until about 8 o'clock here. Potential for some damaging winds about 60. Hail's not really what's prompting this, so it's more about that wind threat here. That wind threat that's in play. So let's go ahead and go to that broad perspective. If we can, we're going to go to like a Florida view here with this and go to our low pressure mode per se and just see what's kind of going on. I mean, nothing crazy here, but let's go ahead and just say what we're talking about. Again, we have that warning. See the yellow box here now for parts of our 62 counties until 8 o'clock there, parts of Liberty and Wakulla. You can see how warm it is out toward the west there in the triple digits and parts of Louisiana. It's been hot out there lately. Houston, as I move this over just a bit here as well. But then you have marine warning off near Tampa. You have some areas of moisture out here. Let's go to satellite here real quick as well. And that could kind of help the viewers at home understand what's going on just a little bit here. Let's do that. Let's go to our satellite. Let's go to East US satellite. Make sure we're not on the West Coast one. I don't distort things. But you have that spin, you have the thunderstorms down here, and this could develop into something tropical as it moves toward Texas. We're on the periphery up here. Not going to develop as it's close to home, but again, we do have that enhancement here. It's been drier, but it's kind of moistened things up a little. Got some rain. We're out here east of Stark today, and now our first and hopefully the only severe thunderstorm warning in our local 62 counties. Pretty rural out there, parts of Liberty and Wakulla counties until 8 o'clock. So again, right on the edge there of this spin per se that's trying to get going. I mean, you can't even see much of a spin here yet, but it's going to try to organize as it moves toward Texas there, Corpus, Brownsville, Houston, somewhere in there. Maybe going to be a weak tropical storm. We'll see. That's about the high end of things there. Maybe just a rainmaker where they need the rain and cooler air to come on in. I mean, if it does develop tropically, I guess you can't run an isolated tornado or two, which would be always something you have to be on the lookout for. But again, severe thunderstorm warning right now. Again, we broke away from Hilary for a moment because we have to focus on our local 62 counties. A severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Liberty and Wakulla until about 8 o'clock here. So let's go ahead and check on this again. This northwest of Smith Creek. Yeah, this is weakening some. I'm only seeing pixels about 30, 35 now, maybe topping on out of that. So I think that push of wind here, if we would have got a little bit of it to the surface, it's probably already pushed out. The highest wind is going to push out with this. So that's the good news. But definitely the numbers got up there for a moment. I see why they issued that there. At the Weather Service office in Tallahassee, we had 42, and then all of a sudden you see pixels. These are close to about 50 in here, 50 miles an hour. And then they saw this right here. That's going to be about 50 miles an hour on the dot. And then there's your warning right on the boundary. We had winds to about 56 going up, which maybe they don't quite get that high on the outflow per se. But, I mean, it might not get down there with the heavier ranges, maybe ferociously. But, again, a local warning. I think this is not even seeing much lightning now. A little bit on the outflow. Got to be careful whenever thunder wards go indoors. That's always an issue. Had some lightning problems toward Central Florida earlier on today, so be careful with that. But right now, I think we're going to keep watching this severe thunderstorm warning. 2 of our 62 counties under this, but not Crawfordville, the more populated areas out here. Let's just go ahead and kind of get back, I think, into our national coverage mode now here. And that's how we'll kind of leave things back here at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. I don't think this warning is going to go that much longer, honestly, but it is in play to 8. We'll give you another update on it if we need to here. At 7:30 if that's still in effect then, and then further than that. So let's go ahead and take a little break here, catch my breath for a few moments because we're almost to the bottom of the hour now. So again, this is a thunderstorm warning in play until about 8 o'clock for areas that are pretty rural in Liberty and Wakulla counties here in the Big Bend of Florida. That's why we had to break away real quick as part of our 62 counties. Those two are with that severe thunderstorm warning in play. But Okay, so let's go ahead now, and I think we're going to leave you with a look at the Doppler radar out west here because I'm not thinking this warning's going to last too much longer locally. But you see our tropical storm Hilary. It's not because of Hilary, it's because of that other spin that's trying to kind of get going out there. We got all these flash flood warnings, though, with considerable damage threats. Remember, turn around, don't drown on the national level of things. I'll be back here in about 5 minutes or more to bottom of the hour. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We're going to keep you guys up to date on our tropical system as it impacts areas out west.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud here, back at the bottom of the hour, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. Still watching Tropical Storm Hilary out here, having a big impact on folks in parts of Southern California. So many flash flood warnings here in play. And of course, that's the reason we're on here. But we also have some local breaking weather here to talk about. So, in our 62 counties, so let's go ahead and jump the map back over toward the Big Bend. We were just talking about this a few moments ago. A severe thunderstorm warning remaining affected about 8 o'clock for parts of Liberty and Wakulla, northwestern Wakulla and southern Liberty counties. At 7:13, a severe thunderstorm was located 28 miles west of Crawfordville. We went west at 25 miles an hour. Orange, East Camp, Jewel Fire Tower, you get Jensen Place. You kind of get the idea there. Central City, Wilma into this as well. So pretty rural out here, though we did get reports off of Talquin there from about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Looking at Paradise.us, that almost 3,000 customers are in the dark in Wakulla County, apparently. So as this storminess was coming on through that area, we had some big time problems. Had some big time problems with some of the wind potentially, or lightning, or some type of damaging issue coming on through there over the last little bit. So something to take note of there for sure. Let's go ahead and kind of show you our Tallahassee radar over the last little bit. Let me get this loop together and you'll be able to kind of see how it pushed on out. It's weakening now, and it's probably, near the end of this phase here, we're going to have this warning in play. But you had some stronger winds coming through Crawfordville, which seemed a little while ago. And you can see there, I mean, this is on the edge of this, about 647. Go back even further, you can see we had this at an odd angle from the radar, but got some gusty winds, it seems, maybe coming through even South Tallahassee, South Leon County. Not warned to see advisories in play, but now the warning here in play. At least for a few more moments. It's supposed to go to 8. I think they're going to cancel it here early. New advisory just issued further on upper parts of Seminole as well as Gadsden, Liberty counties here until about 8 for 40 mile an hour gust. Not out of the question. You see around Chattahoochee there, some stronger winds going on up in that area. So something to be on the lookout for there. Again, we had some winds in Tallahassee in the 30 to 40 range, and again, the power outages in Wakulla County. So that's something to take note of there for sure. But that warning's going to go away soon, I suspect. Just giving you another update on it. But let's go back out to California, to the big national story. The reason we're on, the reason the logo is red, and you can see here around Los Angeles, as we have all this rain coming on in there towards some of these different communities. And they're playing football right now inside in Inglewood. That's where a preseason game between the Saints and the Chargers is taking place, and not really being impacted by the weather there inside, but you do have all this rain around outside, and that makes things difficult there on some of the roadways. You gotta be careful, and hopefully we don't get any burst of rain energy to come on in here over the next little bit, because then that could cause more flooding problems for folks trying to get home from the game here later on this evening. I mean, when that game ends, we'll be getting closer towards 7 o'clock Pacific time, it would seem. So, again, and then you'll start to have some issues here, and depending on how long it takes, I mean, it'll be getting darker out there, and you just have to be kind of careful as you're headed on home. So I know those flooded roads, that could be an issue. But Santa Clarita there is still getting some pretty nasty downpours there as we're looking up toward the north. You see areas there, that flash flood warning continuing. That's a life-threatening situation there in toward that area. Santa Clarita there. Talking about at 1:53, the operator and rain gauge reports indicated moderate to occasionally heavy rain across the warned area, which is not something you hear very often out there. Most of the areas we're not getting the heavy rain really quickly falling. It's more just the hour by hour accumulations. That's an issue here. Rates of it happens to hour will still be common though through the afternoon and in the evening. An additional amount of 1 to 3 inches possible in general across the warned area. There could be a few spots that get more though. A heavier rainfall with embedded thunderstorms are expected, with even local rates to 1.5 inches here. And numerous reports of flooded roads have been received with mud flows across portions of Highway 14. So That's something to kind of be on top of there with that flash flood warning, excuse me, still in play for some of these specific areas here, like Lake Los Angeles, Acton, Wrightwood, Palmdale, Lancaster, over where Mount Wilson, Santa Clarita, Pasadena, Glendora, San Dimas there, if I'm pronouncing that right, over toward, it looks like Little Rock in California, Lake Palmdale, Elizabeth Lake, like Hughes and Sylmore. So again, just continuing to watch things here with this life-threatening flash flooding scenario here that does continue. Just got to be kind of careful there. Let's go ahead and check some other information right now. I'll go back to that local warning again. I don't want folks to think I'm leaving you guys behind here on local 62 counties. Again, this warning likely will go away soon. Not seeing a lot with it anymore. It posts up quickly, but we already got, it seems, some wind there or some issues toward areas further east in McCulloch County there. Again, according to Talcott, there were nearly 3,000 customers in the dark as about 20 minutes ago. So that's something to touch on. Of course, our local 62 counties are our priority here, though. Again, it's not something that's a really big deal, but see where McCulloch County is and Franklin County, and we're not going into Franklin, but Liberty County there, just to the north. So again, that's kind of where we're tracking things at this present point. Stepping off camera just for a moment here. I want to see if we have any flash flood emergencies here yet. Just double check some of our sources here to make sure that kind of staying on top of things here in the weather center. So let me do that, because that could be something that becomes a bigger problem. Doesn't look like we have any flash flood emergencies yet there, but that could change, of course. So many considerable threat ones, about 20 or so, that are life-threatening flash flood warnings out in California out of the 22 that we have. So it's something you don't see very often, and it's because of the tropical storm that I mentioned, been our main focus. But the reason I'm sending you this covered map right now is because our 62 counties have had a severe thunderstorm warning crop up here on it. So real quick, something you don't see very much here when we're on national storylines, having to switch to local. But this time of year we still had that threat. We hadn't had a little bit here lately, but again, it's got to be on guard for it, obviously, with these type of adverse weather conditions coming on through here, especially the south, the heavier downpours in play, those heavier downpours there in play toward like South Florida, and we've had that area that could get in the Gulf here, but a lot worse, a lot more adverse as we get out toward California. So again, just continuing to track everything there. Still out toward like Riverside, Kane, California. Considerable threat. This warning again. Not much left this year, but it does technically still continue a little longer. Liberty McCullough, but let's get out toward Riverside County in California, San Bernardino County with these flash flood warnings. The reason this is on, this stream is on here, is for the national threat. We just posted that warning on Facebook and Twitter in a situation here, in a normal one, because it's not an overwhelming threat here. That's the thunderstorm warning, the population density, and the overall setup. It seems we could actually have worse of an impact further east there. And it was further out toward Crawfordville, now moving further west. But again, a situation right now where our national threat, again, that's what we're having to focus on, because it's such a big deal to have a tropical storm. First one since 1939, going to be center circulation moving toward California as an official tropical storm Hilary here, as we look ahead in the timeline. So again, looking there toward parts, it looks like US 101 there, some heavier downpours. Winds 20, 30, nothing overwhelming sun up there, but we've had higher winds in some of the areas, mountainous areas around Yuma, Arizona, really getting higher winds there. We've kind of been talking about those here as I continue to check all of our different sources here in the weather center. So again, looking there, we had a tornado warning earlier in San Diego County, California. Let's go down there. Again, watching things, you can see we don't have necessarily anything really clear down here, but the other one wasn't really clear earlier on. But you have all these warnings here: Imperial County, Riverside County, these flash flood warnings. Excuse me, as we continue along here, just continuing to give you guys the very latest on what's going on, what's up toward Las Vegas, a little bit in Clark County later on. Some of these areas up there could get some more flooding depending on how this kind of sets up. How this kind of sets on up on us here. over the next little bit. So let's go ahead and I'll show you guys what's going on here with this spin. The track is generally off toward the north here. I mean, so maybe you don't get quite as much rain in Vegas as they could have, but it could still be enough to cause some problems because it doesn't take much to flood there in Vegas, in Las Vegas there. So again, you see around LA though, a lot of this heavier rain right now in Thousand Oaks, Malibu, over toward there's other spots in there as well. You see Malibu Beach, Calabasas there. You saw Santa Monica, not quite as heavy maybe. We're there in Inglewood and Culver City. You see Los Angeles, maybe a little bit heavier on Pasadena there. I say maybe because the train kind of interfere with the radar, but just aggregate views should help us out a little bit. You see on Riverside, and some heavier downpours there. Looking up toward Victorville, just to the east of there, maybe not quite as heavy right now. Big Bear Lake, though, have some heavier downpour in that vicinity, just maybe southeast side, and not 100% with the geography on some of these spots, but we're still getting a continuation of one of the LA flash flood warnings. Let's see what this statement's telling us then. This might give us some new information, and it's still 6:30 Pacific time. So let's go ahead and see what we have with this. So, okay, so they're telling us that at 4:41 Pacific time, they go ahead and broaden the view out a little bit. Doppler and automated rain gauges indicated that heavy rain was falling across the warned area. Between 2 and 5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts of 2 to 4 are possible with flash flooding already occurring, and some freeways and other roads are flooded, and a rock and mudslide are possible. Life-threatening flash flooding from Tropical Storm Hilary, Lake Los Angeles, Acton, Wrightwood, Palmdale, Lancaster, Mount Wilson, Santa Clarita, Pasadena, Glendora. You have areas there like looks like Quartz Hill, over toward Lake Palmdale, Elizabeth Lake, Lake Hughes. You kind of get the idea. Sylmar, as we're live right now here on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch, keeping you up to date on this national storyline. Still more rain to come in some of these spots, which is problematic, obviously, for some of these communities as Hilary has this impact. Tropical Storm Hilary having that impact here toward parts of Southern California. These downpours, causing the problems in toward these spots. So again, you're seeing here toward LA here all this rain, and then again we were focused on some of the areas there with that updated flash flood box. Just kind of giving you guys the latest on that. It's just hearing about the issues there toward Palmdale potentially, and then areas like Lake Los Angeles, Acton, Pasadena. There, so gotta be really careful. Turn around, don't drown, of course. No flash flood emergency yet, but keep getting more rain like this. That could end up becoming the storyline later on here. Later on, as we're looking at things out toward the west. So another update on that Tibet Thunder tomorrow now for Liberty and McCullough. Again, there's not much left of this. We'll probably see this go away soon. We'll probably cancel it soon. You see here, and okay, there we go. They just canceled it. So that's good news. That's what I was kind of hoping for here. You can see parts of western Gadsden on Chattahoochee, some heavier downpours, but not as heavy with the storms as we were further over in McCullough. We had the power outages on Talquin there. We had almost 3,000 customers reported in the dark there just a little while ago. So again, that was a rogue one-off warning there. Might have had again heavier wind to the east, not sure, but or at least some lightning, something that caused the power to go out there. But our big focus on this live stream and our coverage has been a national struggle. We have to talk about our local story as necessary, but thankfully that warning, hopefully the only one today, is no longer in effect for that area of Liberty and McCullough. But again, Hilary still having that impact there out west toward parts of Oxnard, and that area there, that's toward where the Weather Service is, and then areas around Los Angeles. I know. Again, getting into this heavier downpour acts and tornado threat lower out there than it is toward the eastern side. You have more instability off toward the east, but there's been more rain, consistent rain back on this western side, northwestern side, really. Because I almost think the storms in California by now. It's getting close. We'll have another update here in a few moments, but is it really? I mean, the way things look here, even on satellite, because radar doesn't go too far down. I mean, you have more convection up toward the north here, so that's something to watch with this type of setup with Tropical Storm Hilary. So Okay, it's 4:45 Pacific time, 7:45 Eastern time. I'll be back here at the top of the hour with more information. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We're going to keep you guys up to date. There's a new update from the National Hurricane Center shortly. That new intermediate advisory, the 5 p.m. Pacific time intermediate advisory on this historic tropical system impacting the southwestern United States. I keep looking, don't see it yet, but we'll have that out here for you at the top of the hour. So keep it tuned right here for more information.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, just getting some late breaking information in the last 30 seconds or so. The advisory for the National Hurricane Center there on Hilary just came out. Max sustained winds down to 50 miles an hour. That pressure up to 997 millibars, meaning that it's weakening. But now the center officially in towards Southern California. The first time we've had the center of a truly tropical storm in parts of California, Southern California here since 1939. So history now just officially being made here over the last few moments here based on the information coming out from the National Hurricane Center there in Miami. So just once again to repeat, we have now a tropical storm over California officially right now with that center of circulation of Hilary. Another track here that doesn't update but every 6 hours on this, but that center there just in toward that southern tip there. I'll have to get the exact latitude and longitude, but I suspect it's near San Diego. So, again, an interesting situation here, to say the least. Something that you don't ever expect. I mean, even if it's only 50 miles an hour, the wind has all that rain with it, getting more totals in now on this in terms of the rainfall. San Bernardino County, 3 miles east northeast of Big Bear City, we're being told now 3.59 inches of rain has fallen during the event. Then also toward the Palomar Mountain area, San Diego County, 3.15 inches of rain has fallen during the event. So, again, crazy to hear about stuff like that as we're looking at all the different information coming on in right now. You can see there up toward Las Vegas. Later on, we'll have to watch the threat up that way. And I move the map up so you can see that better. You can see that in full there. But hopefully the worst will stay to the west. We have a little bit of a band here that could be kind of interesting to watch. Kind of interesting to watch here because it is a little bit more organized. And let's check some of the instability values up here. And you do have some of those. So we'll watch to see if we get some gustier winds or maybe a quick spin up tornado as this kind of moves on up toward Las Vegas. I'll back this up a couple frames. You can kind of see what I'm talking about. A little bit of lighting in there, so it's taking advantage of some of the instability to some degree. This kind of spirals around here, maybe toward Vegas later on. And it's not as populated out here. That's why I'm focusing so much on Vegas as we're getting towards southern Nevada and the impact here from Tropical Storm Hilary, now officially in California, the center of circulation with its max sustained winds at 50 miles an hour. So, again, that's the information that just came on in, being told around Van Nuys now. To go ahead and zoom back out. We'll go ahead and zoom back out here and let you guys know that early on in the day, there's a report of shingles blown off, apparently there. And maybe some tree limbs broken as well. That's from the tropical cyclone. So, again, an odd situation. Flash flooding there. Culver City, a creek overflowing, some yard flooding apparently. That's just information coming on in as well. So, again, no, we don't have anything like I was mentioning here earlier on locally. Earlier, we have our local coverage in our local 62 counties. We had a real severe thunderstorm warning in effect earlier on, and we had to break away a little bit from our storm coverage for parts of McCullough and parts of Liberty counties. Had some power outages even toward McCullough County, about 3,000 customers were out a little while ago on Talquin there. So kind of interesting just to touch on that real quick as we're looking at things here in the Weather Center. Just kind of interesting to touch on. And then also just kind of something to kind of keep tabs on here for sure. So just making some notes about a couple things of where to go. We're getting some more information on it now into the Weather Center. Let's go and come back on camera. We're getting some more information in out west, and you'll be able to kind of see here this information here with the rain behind me and the warnings behind me. There's more reports coming in around Culver City. Looks like a vehicle stranded in the Wardette area. That's just from a little while ago. So definitely Hilary having an impact there in parts of Southern California. Definitely an unusual situation for these folks as we continue to kind of make notes about where we want to go in the coverage here later on. But again, you see Riverside there getting some heavier downpours. Some of these flooding reports, but that's right near where they're playing football right now. Some of these reports, honestly, around Culver City. So let's look here real quick. see if we can find a theme. I know it's pretty new, but so better pick this out here. I mean, we're kind of on the fly, so maybe not, but that may be it right down there, actually, where they were building it here when this shot was taken. And then you had to report to the flooding just to the north there, just east of Santa Monica. So again, a nasty situation with our tropical storm now officially at center circulation in California here. That a new update, it came in at 5 p.m. Pacific time update. It literally came right in at 5 o'clock from the National Hurricane Center in Miami there, tracking the Eastern Pacific. Our tropical storm here over the U.S. First one had over the U.S. here in the 48 states this year with that type of impact. So kind of interesting there for sure as we get that information on in. I mean, it's crazy to think of some of these areas getting impacted by a tropical system as we look out toward the west. I say the 48 states, we did have Guam, of course, hit by that typhoon earlier this year. Such a big impact for those folks out there. And that was a hurricane, but I mean, really the strength, I know they call them typhoons out there, but you kind of get what I mean. So again, a nasty situation right now in California. Let's go ahead and zoom back out. Again, it's such a rare air to be in right now with a tropical storm over California here, but that's what we have. The center officially in the southern tip. I know it didn't stop on here like that, but the information came in. It said that just a few moments ago. The National Hurricane Center. You can kind of see low pressure there. It shows it right here, pretty close to where San Diego probably there. Again, the storm system having that big time impact with all the problems being toward the power lines down now in Ventura County, California. There near Rose Avenue and Walnut Drive. That's from the tropical cyclone 4 miles northeast of Oxnard. That's not too far away from the Weather Service office there. And then 30 miles east southeast of Riverside. Report of lanes blocked there toward I-215 and MLK Boulevard, number 2, 3, and 4, apparently. So that must be the lane numbers in, I'm presuming, that 2, 3, and 4, those lane numbers are blocked right now because of flooding in the area. So now we want to hear that information just coming in the last little bit to us. So it happened that the flooding was really starting to get going around 3:30 Pacific, it's about an hour and a half ago. But again, just continuing to watch things here and track them with this tropical cyclone. And we're going to be watching the Vegas Weather Service office informational stream here over the next little bit as the system does progress on us here. Let's go ahead and just continue to watch things again. Such an interesting situation here with our system over Southern California. Max sustained winds at 50 miles an hour here. So intriguing. Let's go ahead and go to some other modes here and kind of see. I know it's kind of hard to see the spin exactly because of all the terrain on the radar with the actual center, but I'll go ahead and see some of these downpours there. Moving into Riverside, of course, it's decayed a lot from a Cat 4 hurricane, but you can see some of the downpours moving into Riverside there right now in some of those areas. And let's go to the other radar that's closer in there. We got to switch around, and then let's go ahead and say here. See some of this heavier rain on Santa Clarita still. You see San Fernando and then El Monte, if I'm pronouncing that right. You have Pomona there. You have Tino. Some nasty weather moving on through here for sure. Terrain kind of makes the radar look weird. I mean, you have areas there out toward Catalina Islands and gusty winds. I wonder how no flash photo warning. I wonder how the water has kind of been playing there. Haven't necessarily heard of any reports, but I gotta wonder if maybe wind directions playing a role. It doesn't really have storm surge necessarily with this, but coastal impacts there. Some decaying along the coast, with maybe with the erosion possible, you would think here. So I have to check on that. But debris there down. We're now being told in Ventura County, 3 miles north of Thousand Oaks. Along and across the 4,000 block of North Moore Park Road between Thousand Oaks and Moore Park. So again, that's because of flash flooding, not because of winds. So again, not what you want to hear here, obviously, as we continue to give you guys the latest information on this tropical storm. So again, we're just going to keep tracking this, keep tabs on it here. You can see all this heavier accent with the rain around Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, excuse me, and just some of the different areas, Malibu there. So again, I think that's going to wrap it up for this update. Back at the bottom of the hour with more information on Tropical Storm Hilary that impacts Southern California, parts of Nevada, and Arizona as well. This historic threat across the region. So it's a busy day here in the Weather Center, and we're going to be back here with more unless we need to jump back in earlier at the bottom of the hour. Though I do see a report there are some strong winds out here. This is in San Bernardino County a little bit earlier on. I got there to 79 miles an hour worth noting about an hour ago. It looks like so definitely interesting. The terrain inducing the wind higher in some areas, not as high in other areas. So again, interesting to say the least with this historic impact here. And we'll continue to follow the latest developments on exactly what's happening. See you back here at 4. Let's see. Okay, it's 8:11 now Eastern time. So let's say 5:30 Pacific time. They're turning my time conversion on the fly. So 3 hours back, of course. So 5:30 Pacific time. We'll be back here then. So 8:30 Eastern time from the Weather Center.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud here back in the Weather Center at the bottom of the hour, still watching the tropical storm. Just such a rare event here as we're looking toward California. The first tropical storm here, folks. Really to be over California since 1939, and I'm zooming in right now toward Los Angeles. The center circulation just to the south here a little bit of this. Looking at some of the maps behind the scenes, but again, just a crazy sequence of events to get this here as we go on over right now. To our other view, you can actually see some thunderstorm activity developing out toward the desert there south of Las Vegas. Have to start to watch some of that for rotation and stronger gusts as that moves up toward Las Vegas here over the next little bit. It may take a little while to get there, but nonetheless, something to kind of monitor here in the Weather Center as we watch this. But such a rare event, as I was alluding to. I mean, really, when you think about it, I know for North Florida, South Georgia viewers that may be watching here, this is probably as rare, or maybe even rarer than us getting really a winter storm across north central Florida with ice and or snow down to like Stark or Gainesville. I mean, that's how bizarre this is to have this type of setup here. This type of setup as we're looking at things toward the southwest. We're in the El Nino pattern, so in the Pacific, more favorable conditions for tropical cyclones in general, less favorable in the Atlantic, though we have higher water temperatures, as they've alluded to, and we've got some development today. Nothing that we need to worry about right now, though, locally, or really, toward Florida at this point, or Georgia, but we'll continue to watch things here as we look at the data that comes on in, but you can also, produce cool winters toward us, and maybe we will get a winter storm this year. Not that there's a correlation necessarily between this happening and the winter storm, but El Nino does produce sometimes a little bit more active weather toward those winter months. But maybe something to look forward to or not look forward to, depending on what your preference is. But let's go ahead and dive into this here again around Los Angeles. You can see here some heavier downpours still around Thousand Oaks. Some life-threatening flash flooding taking place here right now as we're looking towards some of these different communities. So again, let's go ahead and dive into some of this. You can see Santa Clarita there, some heavier downpours still, so that's causing some problems. Last 12 hours, you can see they've been getting it pretty hard up there and toward that spot there. And we have areas in LA. LA proper, some spots getting closer to 2 inches toward downtown even. So it's a pretty big deal, honestly, as we're looking at things here on some of these different perspectives, some of these different scans. I know that spins right just close to the border apparently here based on where the lowest pressure is. It's not as easy to distinguish some things down here. You have issues of terrain and the like getting in the way, but you do have some gustier winds right near San Diego starting to show up, it looks like. Got a gust of 47 at NAS North Island, 34 there on the San Diego International Lindbergh Field site. So you kind of get the idea. Some of these gustier winds here in spots. Just having to continue to watch things here. You can see some of the velocities here. I've been skipping some frames, but so I was switching redder. But there you go. You can kind of see some of that wind there. Some of these brighter colors coming on in the 40 range, give or take there. And toward parts of Southern California. It's here on Tijuana. Still some stronger winds over North Mexico as well. So an interesting situation as we're looking at things for sure. Such a unique setup here with this system. Getting this more reports coming on in right now from earlier. Some flooding issues even towards San Fernando and El Monte there. So again, still watching though. As this rain comes on in with this tropical storm, we're just going to have to keep watching, keep tracking things here in the Weather Center for sure. So let's go ahead and zoom back out here and go back up toward the north. More flash flooding now taking place. We're being told some new information toward Los Angeles County. 3 miles west there. Northwest of the community of West Covina, if I'm pronouncing that right, in LA County. There's additional flooding now being reported on I-10 across multiple lanes of the roadway. So, again, something that's really interesting to see as we're looking out there, out toward the west. You see Santa Clarita You see Oxnard here, some heavier downpours. We're on the Santa Ana Mountains radar right now. I know, honestly, sometimes you use these radars to track wildfire smoke more than anything. But that's how you talk about California. I talk about earthquakes. We had a earthquake earlier toward Ojai, California, that was getting up there on the scale there. It was 5.1 when I checked earlier. Sometimes they switch around a little. We've had some others in there, maybe lower down. But that's interesting. Toward Santa Barbara feeling some of that as well, as you can see on the map. So interesting there. This is close to where the zoom in where the earthquake was there in Ventura County. So again, interesting scenario here in California. You see Santa Paula getting in some of the rain, a flash flood warning there, even to where close to where the earthquake was. Santa Clarita, of course, on the flash flood warning. Let's see here. You can kind of see we have areas there toward Palm Springs, some problems. I know this is out here near the 29 Palms area. There's some areas closed due to flooding out there. County and Kern County, there's flash flooding as well. But let's get down to San Bernardino County if we can here, and you can kind of see there's just so many different areas up there underneath these alerts. So it gets kind of tricky sometimes. We're just kind of going around and around because there's so many areas within a county. The counties are really big if you get further away from the metros of like LA. So it gets kind of tricky, the geography. But again, just continuing to watch things. Let's go up to the Vegas area here. I just want to watch stuff to see how it enters Clark County because this is some of the more impressive convection we've seen here and on radar. And we actually have some rotation with this as well. May start getting at least some maybe thunderstorm warnings. We'll see up toward Vegas because that's some pretty nasty stuff headed toward Clark County there. A lot of folks obviously gathered there. You don't expect this there toward Las Vegas. Tropical storm impacts for sure. But that's what we're seeing here, folks. That's what we're seeing. So I'm curious here. Let me track this kind of. So I'm just gonna look based on radar here, and these storms with the spin can get tricky. Yeah, I mean it's probably about an hour away from Vegas here. You can kind of see more of the stuff kind of popping here. Maybe a little bit longer here, but kind of looks like maybe it could take a little longer. That's about an hour loop there, so it could be maybe an hour and a half. We'll see. I'm just kind of guesstimating here based on our tracks and just kind of using my eye. I mean, it's going to get into southern Clark County first. I mean, the radar side's further down. Some of these areas like Nelson and Searchlight there. But in Henderson, it's getting pretty populated, I believe, in Las Vegas. See some passing south earlier on, but gusting to 20 range up there. But this stuff probably have higher gusts. You see Lake Havasu City had a gust over 40 earlier on. So some of the worst of the impacts for Vegas will probably be coming in here over the next little bit with this system. So got to keep that in mind as we're looking out there. Again, I know we've been watching things on our local level a little bit here today, not much, but we had a rogue severe thunderstorm warning here toward parts of McCulloch County and parts of, it looked like Liberty County there earlier on had some power outages reported in McCulloch County. Our local area is always a priority, but that's not the reason the logo is red or why we're doing all this coverage because of a storm system, a tropical storm in California right now. I mean, that's just crazy when you say it like that, but that's what we got here. Nothing that's affecting us from that toward our area, but I got a tropical storm in California. We haven't had one of those in 1939, a historic setup. It's been 84 years since we've had a tropical storm in California, and that's what we have right now here, folks. I'm making history with this setup here in that state. I mean, it's just remarkable to think about having this system, especially a 50-mile-an-hour tropical storm in Southern California here. And that's where I'm getting some of these squalls here and some of these outer bands, per se, if you can believe saying that here out in the desert from a tropical storm. I mean, it's just incredible here. So got to be really careful because these are unique circumstances for these areas to be in, really, with tropical storm type impacts. I mean, just crazy. I mean, to have gone this long. I mean, we had remnants of them before move over and cause flooding. In the 70s, we had a sequence of that there in some areas. And we had some stretch in the 90s, but we haven't had an official tropical storm since the 30s there in California until today. So that's making history. 84 years, folks. Hopefully it's another 84 years. Or, I mean, unless they maybe just want this year I mean, I hope it's another 84 year before we have something like this come on through towards some of these different areas. I mean, when I say it warning, I mean, if you could somehow maybe have a situation here where you really needed the rain somehow and then it could help, but probably not because it would have to be really weak and not have much rain with it because otherwise, even a quarter half inch can cause flooding. So, unlike Texas, where you might get a tropical storm weak one develop later this week, that could actually help them in some ways, which is unusual in and of itself. This one here and any tropical storm really not going to help California. So again, just continuing to watch things. You can see some rotations going up here now near the interstate. I-40, I'm sure the Vegas Weather Service is watching this carefully here to see if they need to pull the trigger on a tornado warning or something. I don't know if we're quite there yet. There's some gusty winds with this now. There are some alerts. I mean, these winds look like they're severe, but there may be a high wind warning here. Let me double check. Yeah, okay, we have a high wind warning into Vegas. So I know they issued some thunderstorm warnings to the south earlier on, and a tropical storm warning you wouldn't issue. Severe thunderstorm warning. Now, I don't know. High wind warning, probably not, but they did issue them earlier on. The Phoenix office, anyway, did. So there's high wind warning, kind of like a tropical storm warning in a way. I mean, it's a little bit different criteria. It's more for systems that are not tropical, but honestly, I'm a little surprised they didn't just go and issue a tropical storm warning over there. I'm curious to understand why they did it like this, but nonetheless, I mean, the tropical storm warnings further west, and there's some of our mapping, not showing all of them in that way. That's why I don't keep them up very much, but somehow our system's not picking up on them over there. But there is a tropical storm warning over there as well. But we have a high wind warning over here as we're looking at things. So that's interesting. So unless we have a tornado warning, then you would get you would go ahead and get some polygons, red boxes to pop up for that threat here. So we got to be careful around in Vegas. It's only 5:42 out there, so you still have a little more daytime heating. Next couple of hours, it's rare to have this low of pressure out here this time of year. So I mean, it's a setup here that could be more favorable for some severe weather and tornadic activity as this moves up toward Vegas here, so in toward Clark County. So just a heads up, could have some extra power outages there as well because a little bit heavier downpours here with this rapid downpour. So this isn't like the stuff that's taking a little while to get a good amount of rain. This is actually pretty quick. I mean, some of these areas here in an hour picking up about 2 inches. So if we get 2 inches in an hour in Vegas, that's bound to cause problems. Not saying that we'll make it right there. It's still fluid, this situation. But if we were to get 2 inches of rain in an hour in Vegas, then that would seem to cause some big time problems. So remember, turn around, don't drown there as you're looking. I mean, this is a situation we haven't had in 84 years, so we don't know exactly what's going to happen at all here. I mean, things could kind of sift around on us here with some of the impact county by county, city by city anyway. That happens in all tropical systems, but especially one out west here. I mean, to have such an anomalous impact here, it's so bizarre, but I know Colorado numbers haven't gone really crazy in the ward area so far, which is good as of last check. We have some gustier winds in here, 30, 40 maybe, just above the surface, someone up there, and the winds down to the surface close to about 30 in the gust, which isn't tropical storm force here. Like we're getting into terrain areas here. And an area down north San Diego, gust to 41 there, and yes, North Island. That is going to be a tropical storm force, a tropical storm type of gust. So, okay, so we're at 5:44 right now, Pacific time. Seeing wind, I see 27 on Victorville right now. The word Apple Valley, that's the Apple Valley side, it's telling me. So, again, that's just east there, the Interstate 15 corridor. So, they're getting some wind up there as well as we're looking further on out to more rural and more open and more desert type of areas. So, again, just going to continue to track this here. I know more flooding coming in Ventura County, roadway flooding on Highway 126 east of Fillmore, tree down across the 14,000 block of Highway 150 between Ojai and Santa Paula in Ventura County. I wonder if that's from, I mean, maybe earthquake might have had a role in that as well. You never know. But again, just continuing to watch things. We did have an earthquake that was fairly significant out there earlier on, about 5 on the scale, about magnitude 5 there earlier on. But again, seeing more reporting roadway flooding north of Valverde. So or Valverde, depending on how you guys pronounce that there. But again, on the area there, a roadway, old roadway, ironically, that's the name of it, Hillcrest Parkway. So that's the latest for now. We're back here at the top of the hour. Keep it tuned to cloud weather. We'll keep you guys up to date. Let me go ahead and zoom it back out real quick and see you guys the broad perspective. Again, some of the deeper convex in there moving up toward Vegas, but a lot of heavy rain in here. You'll have to watch out for as we're looking at the micro scale level and the more terrain spots. But like no matter another spot is still piling up and causing some problems. So see you back here at 6 o'clock Pacific time with more.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here right now at the top of the hour at 6 o'clock Pacific time. We're still watching Tropical Storm Hilary here as it progresses across Southern California and really brings a lot of flooding with it, a lot of that flash flood concern. Currently have 24 flash flood warnings here. On the board. That's just an incredible number. None of them emergencies right now, but really a lot of life-threatening situations. So just a level below that, considerable damage instead of catastrophic, like what we saw in storms like Harvey and the like. But could end up getting a couple of them. I know Palm Springs really getting so much rain in just a 1 hour period. Really unprecedented type of numbers out there. An hour just an inch, and that's still just unbelievable, really, for them, which goes to say how crazy things are here to get a tropical storm in the desert area or the Costello Valley. You kind of get the idea, but let's go ahead and pull up. I want to pull up one of our models because there was an initialize in the center of this here an hour ago. And you can see it now at probably about 20 miles north of this is where that center would be. So it's smart dad can go at 20 miles north. So probably right here from this heavier banding probably right near that center there just east of Riverside. And just north of Riverside here as well. So again, just continuing to watch that here over the next little bit. So that spin, I mean, some of that's probably going up toward Victorville here over the next little bit. And this type of setup as we continue to watch things here and really monitor the overall scenario as it does push on up here. And you see Big Bear Lake, but it doesn't matter exactly where the center is in it is organized tropical storm because it just has a lot of moisture with it, a lot of cause for concern here. Overall, we just got to be really cognizant, really careful, really mindful here as we get more reports of flash flooding this time toward Van Nuys in LA County. It looks like they're one of the intersections in that spot there. So I just gotta be really careful. Remember, turn around, don't drown. As we're continuing to watch things, I continue to put some different things on here. You can kind of see our system, the arrows has it further down to the south, that center of circulation. Another update here. We did have max sustained winds of 50 in that update at 5 Pacific here last hour. The intermediate advisory. I know it wasn't quite serious enough of a storm or easy enough to track and ready to do hourly updates like we'll have sometimes with the Atlantic landfalling systems, especially hurricanes. But looking up toward the north and east, we do have a tornado threat here. It did go down some. We lost a slight risk, but we have a 2% tornado risk now, which is unusual out here still. Toward Las Vegas there in Nevada. You have a little bit of northwest Arizona, north and west of Prescott. Into this, you have Lake Havasu City. And then you have St. George in Utah here on this tornado threat. It's kind of eastern and northeastern side. Sometimes we get tornadic activity of a little more instability over here. A lot of clouds toward the west and a lack of instability, but toward the east side here in this setup, we do have enough energy, and these storms here are ones to watch as they move closer to more populated areas. I mean, some of these areas down here aren't very populated, but if these get into Vegas, you're gonna have a lot of wind with these, and that could cause power outages more than we've seen. We haven't seen too many overall based on the power to die U.S. numbers. I mean, they're very low. I mean, the state number is like in the 30,000 range, but some of those aren't even in Southern California. So again, it's kind of tricky here. We did just get a report now from a little bit earlier on of some stronger winds, and these are more mountain areas. Sometimes those aren't tracked here. These aren't tracked, so that's something to kind of keep in mind too. But I would just suspect here you get several thousand, maybe. I mean, it's possible these are strong enough here. We could get tens of thousands without power toward Vegas if this track's right in the wrong direction here. This banding, these are thunderstorms pretty much. I know we're not seeing a lot of lightning. We have seen lightning with it from time to time, making these thunderstorms. I don't actually see much with it, if any, at the moment, but we have had lightning here, so this has been thunderstorm activity. You do see lightning out toward the east and a little more energy, but still, even if we don't have lightning, you could still have a quick area of spin or some stronger winds. These are more robust downpours, at least nonetheless. This information out of San Bernardino County earlier on saying that there's a gust is about the highest I've seen in the U.S. here from this, a non-thunderstorm wind gust of 83 miles an hour at about 4:10 Pacific time, about 2 hours ago. There was a sensor at one of the mountains in the area. It had really sustained winds there beginning about, let's see, about 3:30 Pacific, measuring winds sustained of about 40 or greater. and these winds continued through about, it looks like, as I do the math here in the time conversion, about 4:50 Pacific time, and the peak gust was 83, and the sustained max was 52. Both occurred around 4:10 Pacific time. So that's kind of storyline there as we're looking there as we're getting towards San Bernardino County, about 10 miles southeast of the community of Essex. So again, a situation there, and then as we get on over right now toward Van Nuys, roadway flooding on Ventura Boulevard, and looks like in the Sherman Oaks area right now. So that's not what you want to see, obviously, as we continue along. Let me go ahead and take this off for a moment. I know still a little bit of this out of our radar range, whether it's because of the terrain and or a little bit still Mexico, but a lot of this is up into the U.S. now with the accent. I mean, some moisture dragging even in Arizona. I know we're still in monsoon season out there, but it's been cooler in Phoenix today, and generally, I mean, a lot cooler in Palm Springs. I mean, only in the 70s, but an inch of rain in an hour there is like several inches of rain here towards some areas in an hour. Like, I hate to put a number on it, but I mean, an inch of rain in an hour there, they don't even get that many inches all year. So it's pretty incredible to get in this 1 hour there in Palm Springs. And it really goes. So the danger that they're in, at least not floods of emergency where we have catastrophic flooding, but just under that with considerable flooding. But I mean, I'm just trying to kind of quantify it, try to number here. I mean, maybe it's maybe like 4 or 5 inches in an hour in towards some of our local communities here in North Central Florida. If we got that much in an hour, I mean, the soil just doesn't handle it like it does here. They don't get the rain, so it's a more desert type environment, and you're not going to get the water to go down. You're going to get it to a pond and then cause flooding. The water's over the road. People have to turn around and all around because the water can start coming up, and then vehicles can be in danger and the like. So vehicles can get stranded. Folks can end up. I mean, just 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down. So, I mean, with these flash flood warnings here in place, so you really are in danger here. And that's why you don't want to be out on the road unless you absolutely have to be, because this is really not something that is really ever dealt with around here. All this flowing water, I mean, vehicles here can end up getting submerged if we get too much rain, and then that can lead to deadly situations where people drown, they lose their life, and we hate to see that. I know, at least in this situation here, we're able to give folks a heads up a couple few days in advance that this was coming toward areas like Palm Springs. We broke it down almost 72 hours ago for you guys. I mean, on a national level, and other local media that was doing a great job there as well, giving folks the heads up on this. It was coming, and it's there. I know this looks like light rain right now, and it kind of is at this point around Palm Springs. But that's still adding a little bit of insult to injury to a degree here, because they just can't handle this type of rain here, even lighter rain on top of what they've already had. At least unlike what we had there with the setup out to Hawaii, which was something that wasn't really, I mean, the winds were forecasted, there were fire conditions, but things just took off and caused devastation and so much loss of life. Here, been able to tell you guys, this had the potential to cause loss of life for days here toward Palm Springs. We threw up a graphic Thursday night where we said 3 to 6 inches, isolated 8-inch totals, and that might have been on the high end and right in Palm Springs. We'll see, but even less than that still can cause extreme impact. So again, that's something to keep in mind as we're looking toward that area. So, I mean, this is this 12 hour. The radar is kind of not picking up on it out there because I know we had an inch in an hour. So that's a little bit of an issue sometimes with this. This is not really showing the rain we had measured out here. So radar coverage may be lacking out there in toward the desert some. But so just keep in mind this is filled in more than this is some, but this out here, this seems pretty accurate. Santa Clarita 4 inches today. Up that way, seeing our way, 1 to 2 inches in town, and that's a lot for them. You see around Malibu, 2 to 3 inches up toward Thousand Oaks here in California as well. So again, looking at this area here, is that that's not even the flash flood warning. Unless they finally might have filled one in here. Let's see. Did they finally issue one here, or am I? And there's so many polygons in here. It's really tricky. Not even sure here because we have so many boxes, quite honestly, on the screen. It gets very tricky here at times. Okay, so next I'm going to step off here real quick, so bear with me. I want to step out of the side. I want to check to see something here real quick Can't really do it live on the air, but let me go ahead and just step out of this frame here for a moment. I want to see something about this area to see what type of alerts are in place. So let me go ahead and check here because we had so many issues and they just overlap each other. I want to consider I'm giving you guys the right information here to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. So let's look in here. So okay, I don't think there's a flash flood warning for Victorville yet. The tropical storm warning, flood watch, of course. But yeah, no flash flood warning up there yet. So I gotta be careful though. I'm just a little surprised, honestly, because this area out here, just on the edge of this box, has picked up more rain than almost anybody. 8, 9 inches of rain. So, according to radar, maybe it's overdoing it. Maybe there's some type of issue. Sometimes when you have maybe a beam issue, it could be overdoing it in a spot or two. I'm really not sure. So, again, let's just go ahead and zoom back out of it. Again, I'm not that familiar with these areas, but even east of Bakersfield, we're getting quite a bit of rain amounts adding up there. Flash flood warning east of Bakersfield for East Central Kern County. This is by the Hanford office. So life-threatening flash flooding possible there in Bakersfield has picked up about an inch of rain last 12 hours, according to this estimate. And there's a flash flood warning for western Kern County, where we could have more just a base type of flooding. Maybe not life-threatening, but you can always turn life-threatening on you. But generally, that's not what's being issued in the warning. But that's up toward Bakersfield. Flash flood warning there for the Adden Kern County. So again, a nasty situation for these folks. Gonna just keep on checking things here in the Weather Center. I know earlier on we were watching areas locally. We had a situation where to talk a little bit about our local concerns. We had a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of McCullough and Liberty, some power outages out toward areas there in McCullough County. Haven't seen, I mean, it could have got lost with all these alerts we're getting. Could have got some damage in there, but I don't think I've seen any come across yet. That's good, but I mean, something probably did impact the power equipment, whether it was lightning. We had some lightning issues down toward Tampa, and could have just been the wind, though, and we'll maybe find out later on that. But not a big deal overall, but we have a little bit of a disturbance. We'll be watching that move toward Texas here. That's kind of giving us the moisture now. Could end up turning into a named system as it gets further west. And had 2 named systems today, so Franklin and Emily, those names being used. So Gert, I believe, is the next name on the list. So kind of interesting to touch on there as we're looking at things. And but again, no local big deals. That's not the reason the logo is red. Anything impacting our local 62 counties. So that's the good news. Okay, we're going to come back on camera now and continue to watch things further out toward the west here. You can see, let me go ahead and zoom out. You can see some of these wind reports along the coast, and they're just coming in over here as well. It looks like San Clemente, Augusta, 53 miles an hour. 56 miles an hour, Riverside County. Okay, Oceanside, 5 miles northwest in San Diego County, Augusta, 52 miles an hour a little while ago. La Jolla Bowie there, it looks like Augusta, 48. Some of these right at the coast, right, in areas that are more favorable for wind. Imperial Beach Pier, Augusta, 46 miles an hour at 5:01 Pacific time, about an hour ago. And then also now being told of some flash flooding around Santa Clarita, 5 miles toward the east. Let's zoom back in that area again with another update for you guys around Santa Clarita. Okay, so you see Thousand Oaks there. There's Santa Clarita. There's got another report of flash flooding 5 miles to the east. So it's this icon over here. That's what's popping up, we're being told. So right in here, that's where we have reports of a partial washout of Sand Canyon Road near the Soledad Canyon Road area in Canyon Country. So a lot of rain out there based on the radar estimates. Radar being picking up on some of these amounts there. Look back last 12 hours, some areas 5, 6, 7 inches in these yellow spots. Other areas more like 3 to 4.5 inches. So again, interesting situation up there for sure. So we're getting there 15 past 6 o'clock. So continue to watch things, continue to track things here in the Weather Center. I mean, we have even low and dust advisories in Arizona. Crazy setup here. We had an earthquake to the north earlier on, and we have tropical storm warning that affect flash flood warning, the tornado risk for Vegas. We'll be back with more on all this here. And we just got an interesting gust because this one's right in San Diego there. We're back at 30 past, but before I let it go, we just got a report of a gust at Petco Park. That's where San Diego Padres play baseball, Major League Baseball there. They had a gust of 44 miles an hour. I believe that's where they had a bowl game there last year to Holiday Bowl, I believe, as well. They turned that into a football stadium for a bit, and just had a gust of tropical storm force in San Diego proper. Then really in San Diego County, 44-mile-an-hour gusts. So a tropical storm situation where we have tropical storm conditions being felt at Petco Park. They put a doubleheader with baseball yesterday. In the major leagues there. Them and I believe the Dodgers, among others, maybe the Angels as well, playing double headers there to get things out of the way before the storm came on in. And that might be elevated at gust number 44, but still in town. I guess the tropical storm force being officially reported. I mean, we have some other gusts there. Some of these might actually be in town as well, but I just know Petco Park. That's right there, right in town. I guess the tropical storm force being reported there over the last, let's see, about an hour, a little less than an hour ago, but it's just coming in the system. So it's not a site that we have direct access to on the system here. So again, keeping you guys abreast of the situation. Be back at 30 past here with more information to protect you, your friends, your family, and inform you guys if you maybe are watching from afar here from these areas, but have family and friends out there that you're just trying to kind of keep an eye on.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at 6:30 Pacific time, 9:30 here in the east, and we're still seeing a situation where there are just many flash flood warnings, about 2 dozen flash flood warnings right now in play. As we're looking, not even flash flood emergencies as far as I can tell right now, but I gotta just keep watching. I know Palm Springs, the rains might start slacking off some there, which will be some good news here, but the winds will still be an issue that could cause some additional power outage concerns as you have trees maybe that are a little more vulnerable because of the rain, and now you have that wind coming in. That could be an issue. We'll be watching. You have a tornado threat still for Vegas. Taking a little bit more time to get stuff out that way. There in southern parts of Nevada and Clark County, the really biggest population area, the Ward town, but we'll just continue to watch. And getting another flash flood warning in play to Ward, LA County on a 3 a.m. Pacific time. So folks leaving that charter saying exhibition game will need to be careful on the roads because there's a lot of rain there still in the pictures. Not really raining inside there, but outside a different story. So just don't be caught off guard. Make sure you're ready to be extra careful. Some of the roads that might take you home may be closed, and I mean you got to turn around, don't drown. So that's the games toward Inglewood. Just got to be really careful here, and then being told here in our situation, where we have the latest rainfall totals coming on in. We're looking over here. Our computer's telling us a whole bunch for today so far. So let's go ahead and read some of these off. LA International Airport there. 1.28 inches of rain. Long Beach there measured at that airport 1.56 inches of rain. Downtown LA there near USC 1.53 inches here of rain for today. Lancaster Fox Field 2.72 inches. I'll go ahead and kind of zoom out a little to get further away from riding downtown, but that's 2.72 inches for today. Sandburg 1.52 inches there. We have Santa Barbara Airport just a little over about half a tenth. So 0.06, they had an earthquake impact up there today, more probably than the rain impact so far in that area, in that TV market. But Hollywood Burbank Airport, 1.61 inches of rain. Palmdale Airport, that's closer to Palm Springs, almost 3 inches of rain. 2.95 here measured today. So a lot of rain over there. As I look right now, Lancaster in Los Angeles County, looks like law enforcement is reporting flooding in most lanes there of Highway 14 near Avenue M. So gotta be careful. Again, turn around, don't drown. That water's coming the road. Gotta be really careful. I know some areas we're getting really fast moving water, and that can turn deadly. Remember, turn around, don't drown. Just 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down. And I've seen videos there toward Palm Springs. Some of the broadcast media around there showing much more rapid water covering the roads there and really flowing across the road than just 6 inches. So that can turn deadly here, folks. Just turn around, don't drown. You gotta be really careful in these type of setups. Let's go ahead and go. I want to check here. Let's go to our view right now toward Vegas and Clark County because we had those storms that are a little weaker, but they're getting closer to Vegas, and just gotta be mindful of them as we get more reports around Van Nuys of flooding at the Highway 101 and 134 connector. But let's pop up our view now of the radar closer to Vegas. Still taking a little more time with this banding, the way this is setting up. That can happen in tropical systems. I'm not used to these out here, so it's kind of a little bit harder to get our bearings. I think it's going to take a little longer than we were seeing earlier on. But Henderson and Vegas, probably within at this point, the next hour from now here, it would look like that this should start to really get into that area here. As we look, I'll probably get a flash flood warning pretty soon up that way, maybe even a preemptive one because this even if the storms aren't really slow moving here, I mean they're pretty quick moving in some ways here through town. I mean these, in relative to what we get around in our area, no Florida, South Florida, these could still cause problems here. So these are pretty heavy downpours. So also being told, by the way, back toward California, Riverside County, 3 miles northwest of Winchester, flash flooding, State Road 74 on Ritter Avenue, heavy flooding with numerous vehicles stranded. So not good to hear that. By the way, gust of 44 down here a little while ago around Needles Airport. And you can see here some of these areas we have the winds. If I go to straight line mode, you can see some of this wind trying to come on in. Definitely can get some power outages around Vegas here. I mean, they're not going to get a whole bunch of rain consistently, but on the edge here, a little more energy, a little more for a little more robust, squally weather to come through it. I mean, this is something you just don't get around there, so that's why I'm focusing on it more than I generally would on the eastern periphery of things, northeastern quadrant, really. So just interesting to see in the grand scheme as we go ahead and get back toward the south here on LA. You can see these downpours still, moderate rain coming through right toward West Hollywood right now, and Pasadena, and you can see Arcadia, California there, Glendora, San Antonio Heights, some of these areas here, some of the worst of this heavy downpour right now. Also near Claremont, so you kind of get the idea. We're zooming in really tight here on the Doppler. Sierra Madre, and you saw East Pasadena in there. As I'm going back again here, you see Beverly Hills and Culver City, kind of mixing between a little bit heavier, a little bit lighter at times. You don't get them red on the radar very much at all in these areas in California, almost ever. If you look at velocity, not seeing much wind in there, but a little bit gusty. Let's go to the other radar because sometimes it can give us a different view. But even there, we're getting some oranges there, which again is very rare to get heavy downpour like this in these areas. I mean, these populated areas sometimes you get a quick storm, but I mean, this is very unusual. Still high risk of excessive rainfall, according to the Weather Prediction Center across parts of the LA and San Diego areas per se, and their county warning areas. Got to keep our eyes on that. Life-threatening flash flooding still observed as we're looking at things on the LA radar. And let's get down here again. This is a update on the flash flood warning for LA County. The new one that was issued there until 3 a.m. Pacific includes Thousand Oaks and Malibu in here. So let's go ahead and kind of see what we're talking about as we're looking at things here. And this is a dangerous situation, not an emergency yet necessarily. Still doesn't mean it couldn't be deadly. But Thousand Oaks, Malibu, Lake Los Angeles, Acton, Wrightwood, Burbank, Palmdale, Mount Wilson, Pasadena, North Hollywood, Griffith Park, Santa Clarita, Universal City, as well as it looks like Van Nuys, Lancaster, Hollywood. I mean, you don't get this around there. I mean, talking about a tropical storm impact in Hollywood. I mean, you see it in the movies, but you don't actually see it here in real life. But North Ridge, downtown LA, and Beverly Hills. So, again, a bizarre situation here as we're looking out west. Law enforcement reported life-threatening flash flooding out here in Southern California tonight. So it's such a rare scenario here with this tropical system coming on through. It's just bizarre. This is not what you read about in meteorology textbooks. The systems in the Pacific here actually making it. Conditions are so hostile. They rarely make it up here to tropical systems. I haven't had a tropical storm officially in California, center of circulation since 1939, 84 years ago. We've had remnants produce big time flooding problems and fatalities, but we haven't had an official one since 1939. You have to go back to 1865, I believe it is. We actually had a hurricane towards San Diego then, but again, a crazy, crazy weather scenario here. It's something that's really, really rare. Cooler water temperatures, the winds are just not favorable. The pattern generally not favorable with the high to the east, and we've got everything to set up just right. It's a weakening system, and we were lucky because of all the hostile conditions. I mean, it made it a situation where it's not a hurricane coming on through. I mean, back when it was further out down there in the warmer temperatures and more favorable conditions, it went from a tropical storm to a Cat 4 hurricane real quick, but to a tropical storm with max winds about 50 sustained there. As we're in Southern California, that center, that's kind of hard to define. That's why I'm not focusing on it. A lot of the worst to the north and then some winds on the back side. Kind of reminds me a little bit. I mean, the winds aren't quite as high, except in the mountainous areas, but with Irma around our North Florida areas back in 2017, the winds aren't as high. We don't have as much river flooding. But the point is, the northern side more to it. The southern side not much. It's more about the wind on that back side. So this is something to kind of bear in mind. Pressure's not as low either, so it's not as nasty as Irma was toward North Florida even in 2017. But it's still a big deal. Still a big deal for these folks because they don't have tropical systems. The ground just can't handle this amount of rainfall, even if it's not really quick. I mean, it's an hour pretty quick for them. The ground just can't handle what they're dealing with out here. So, again, let's go over to Palm Springs. Our maps, it didn't pop up good on here. I was noticing this the other day, and And let's just go over in here and see what we can find. Let me see. So there's San Bernardino, and then if you got to work Cathedral City and kind of fine, and then there's Palm Springs. The rain doesn't look as heavy over there. That's Riverside County. Let's see if we can make sure on the closest radar here to this area, which is the San Diego, and they're not in the greatest spot. I mean, they don't really have storm systems out here, but there's Riverside or San Bernardino, and then you go further out here, and then you get even further out, and you don't even pick up on it. But you had a gust of about 40 there. Some of those winds picking up there, but the rain, it is raining there still around these areas. Thousand Palms, Cathedral City, it's just the radar not really picking up good on ECU. Must have getting some gusty winds there as well, but India there, they've had some issues today too, and again, just trying to give you guys the latest view here. You see Desert Center under a flash flood warning, and we're moving the map all around, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Whether you're watching or you're just relaying information to them here. 29 Palms has had some problems today as well. So, nasty situation here. But the numerator may not be loading right now, but let's go ahead and go back on over toward the other radar view here. You see around Los Angeles, Glendale there, and not in Arizona, but in California. Pasadena, you're still getting the heavier rain. There's a little bit of heavier, that's almost like squally weather there, probably, between Glendora, or San Antonio Heights. Also, you see your Rancho Cucamonga there, just to the west there, right near the Upland Cable Airport. Some heavier downpours, some gustier squally weather. You can see what the wind was. That was only 23, but that was about 10 minutes ago. So maybe picking up some in the last few moments there. But again, just gonna continue to track things here. We're just gonna keep giving you guys the latest updates on what's going on. We'll be back at the top of the hour. But let's go ahead and real quick check here. I'm gonna take the Vegas radar again. We'll go ahead and go out here. And you'll be able to see we have some wind trying to come up toward Vegas. You see earlier on, gust of 23 at this site there, the Air Force Base in that area, 9 miles an hour toward Boulder City Municipal Airport. You have Henderson in here as well. I'll be getting to some of this a little bit earlier on, as you can see me kind of switching between computers here real quick. Our sources on our computer, I should say, but they'll get in a little bit quicker on Henderson. Still taking its time. You see Keeneland now. That's in Arizona, Mojave County there, the Mojave Desert. Per se, we're getting some of this stuff to pop up. So a little bit of rotation in this here. We'll have to watch some of these little areas because there's more instability and sheer mixture maybe out here in far western Arizona. So we'll just have to continue to track that. But we're at 6:43 right now, Pacific time. We'll be back here at 7 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock in the East, where we're at. Top of the hour with another update to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. So again, that's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather Tonight, like it always is, and that's our commitment to you to keep you guys safe and informed with the latest information and latest at our disposal right now. 24 flash flood warnings in play. A busy picture out there toward parts of California, but kind of edging in toward parts of Nevada and Arizona as well. So keep it tuned here. We'll be back with more in about 15 minutes or so.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour trying to give you the latest on Tropical Storm Hilary still over California with that center of circulation here. Moved there a couple of hours ago or so, according to the official National Hurricane Center advisory. So I'm still watching this as it moves further on up here. I only had one tornado warning so far, but a lot of flooding, some wind coming in as well, causing some issues. I know one of the big flood reports of last few moments toward the community of Baker in San Bernardino County, California. Water is reaching vehicle hoods, so that's not what you want to hear, obviously. And then that squall there moving toward Vegas, Las Vegas there. Flash flood warning just issued. Just south of there, you can see parts of Clark County into this southwestern Clark County until 10 o'clock Pacific, which is 1 a.m. Eastern Time. At 6:56, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorm producing heavy rain across the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing, are expected to begin shortly toward Bullhead City, Boulder City, Laughlin there, Searchlight, over toward, looks like areas around Cal, Neb, area, maybe just talking about some type of community there, maybe a label where all three areas kind of try to come together, but uh, again, maybe Cal, Neb, Ari, something like that. But again, interesting to see there. But Cottonwood Cove Campground, Cottonwood Cove, Good Springs, Big Bend, Rec Area, Sandy Valley, and Willow Beach. So again, just continuing to track things here in toward this area. So again, just want to try to give you guys the latest here. Probably gonna go for another hour or so with these live updates. That means another update there at about 7:30 Pacific time, 10:30 Eastern, and another update at 8 o'clock Pacific, which is 11 p.m. Eastern time. And then we'll probably wrap it unless something really escalates on us. May keep the stream going a little longer for the radar. Just kind of see how things are going toward Vegas and some other areas there in the picture. So again, I'm seeing all these reports here flash flooding. You see all these different icons, these little uh, pictures there and icons. Roy, if you look carefully, let me point them out to you guys. I'm on the chroma key, so we can do this pretty easy. You can see some of these little icons. These are indicative of flooding here, flash flooding concerns. So again, that's what we're seeing with reports coming on in. I know one of these there parcel west out of Sand Canyon Road or Soledad Canyon Road in Canyon Country, 5 miles east of Santa Clarita, according to local officials. You have some more flooding out here. I know, gotta watch out there. You see several cars stuck in flooding in the 700 block of it's like Torino Drive and near Center School Road. So you gotta be careful. Ventura County. I know we have that football game just getting out there. We're next a little bit of an Inglewood preseason game, and folks got to be careful there with the flooding on the roads there. You see, a little bit heavier rain maybe toward Santa Monica, but more heavy toward Calabasas, Thousand Oaks, Malibu. You kind of get the idea here with this type of situation, with this type of scenario here. So just kind of remember, turn around, don't drown in this type of situation that we're dealing with. Again, maybe not quite as heavy around Inglewood where that game is, but again, still gotta just be careful. I know it's inside, but folks going outside on the road could encounter problems, roadblocks, literal roadblocks with water over the road. So you just gotta be careful. Sunset here coming on up, and already darker than normal anyway with the storms and clouds around. So gotta be really careful on the roads here because folks going to these games sometimes if you aren't really local to that exact area, so you're in an unfamiliar area. So that means you can end up having problems where you are not that familiar with the roads to begin with, and then you have flooding with the water covering the roads, and that could turn into a very problematic scenario. So, gotta be really careful there. And I mean, you might have to go pretty long distance home even. So, again, looking there, you see Rancho Cucamonga there, and then San Bernardino and Fontana and areas there. You see south of Big Bear Lake with a flash flood warning. Valley of the Falls Drive and Summit Drive roadways washed out. You have issues down here toward Palm Springs as well. You see some of these different areas, Palm Desert. I know the radar doesn't pick up on it as well, but they've had quite a bit of rain, some wind coming in, could knock down some trees in the this area, so we got to be really cognizant what could be going on down here with this tropical storm setup. Now, we had the center earlier plotted down here with the model plotted earlier on, but probably further up toward the north now, and here somewhere. And then let's go to infrared satellite, kind of give you guys an idea on what's going on. Not as much to the south, but quite a bit of action to the north here. And I mean, you can see on the outer periphery even. And that's actually there as we look. That's actually another system our model's picking up on now. That's just initializing over the last little bit. That area in the Gulf that gave us a little bit of moisture today. It shows now, this model anyway, and developing it into a tropical storm. Maybe Gert, we'll see. So we had Franklin and Emily getting on the list today that aren't really a threat right now, but could have a tropical storm. That's a Tuesday afternoon, maybe heading towards South Texas there. You see between Corpus and Brownsville. So maybe just help with the rain more than anything. This wouldn't be near as big of a deal as this is because this is so anomalous out there. They need the rain, they need the cooler air toward those spots. So just as long as it doesn't fall too quick, they'll be all right. But a different story out here toward the west. We're seeing this initialized and the like. Again, seeing all this flooding here and all these reports of danger per se. So it's got to be really cognizant. Again, we're showing you satellite. Let me go ahead and see where else we want to go. Surface-based Cape, you have a little bit of that to the east. And again, more in Arizona. That's why we have thunderstorms out there. That's what I was kind of, I think, going to touch on there a moment ago before I saw that model run now picking up the other system in the area of the Gulf. But again, that's headed maybe toward Texas. But that'd be pretty weak again. But you can see that some of that development out there, maybe too far from circulation to cause a big problem, though, with like spin. But definitely the temperatures here cool, and you generally expect around Palm Springs today. That's a storyline for sure. And then let's see what else we have. I want to double check here something behind the scenes. Let me step out of the shot. You're at 7:07 or South Pacific time on this Sunday evening, Sunday night, depending on where you're watching in the country. So let me just go ahead and check on this here real quick. Let me see what we got in terms of if we have any flash flood emergencies. Still none yet, but we could end up getting some. So got to be careful. Got to be cognizant of that. Of course, we got to watch out just for that low-end tornado threat as well. A quick spin up, not out of the question in that green outlined area that includes Las Vegas. You see there in St. George, Utah there. Again, very unusual, Lake Havasu City. So I'm just going to be having to watch. Let me go ahead and give you those tornado safety tips in case something develops here later on. No tornado watches, but if we get another tornado warning like we did for San Diego County, that was east of the community of Alpine where it circulates and popping on up there. I just want to seek set into that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on that bicycle helmet. So if you're not used to doing it all out there, unless you move maybe from an area that's more tornado prone, and the country is more about earthquakes, which ironically we had a 5.1 magnitude earthquake there around areas further up near Ojai, California. They found in Santa Barbara earlier, apparently. So, I mean, crazy stuff. Crazy day. A historic day out there. That's August 20th, 2023. So, again, we're just going to keep tabs on all this here. And I'm just checking again. No flash flood emergencies right now, thankfully. But may not get out of it without one. I know some of these mountainous areas getting, according to some media reports, 8-9 inches. And that means we could be getting closer to that state rainfall record. Tropical cyclone record, I believe it said in one of the remnant events going back, years ago, and we'll see if we get closer to that. I think that one was around a foot, maybe a little bit more than that, so have to see if we set that. Hopefully not, but it definitely is a possibility. We'll be watching. So again, just continuing to watch that view there on the Doppler, trying to let you guys know exactly what's going on there, just in case we get any spin-up tornadoes. Any spin-up tornadoes here, again, we're monitoring these safety tips, so just make sure you keep them in mind here in this type of setup. As we get more flash flooding reports, mud water across, that's what they're calling it, mud water across all lanes of Highway 14, that avenue north there, 4 miles west-northwest of Palmdale in L.A. County. So definitely something to keep tabs on there. As we go ahead and say you guys what we have in front of the map here. At this point in time, you can see here these flash flood warnings and the darker green polygons. A lot of them don't have it on the mode where you differentiate, but almost all of them are considerable, which we have life-threatening situations with them, but none that are catastrophic in nature. Considerable go off on those phones generally. base do not anymore, but catastrophic, of course, they would too. But those are the worst level of them. We've got them around North Florida, South Florida, that region, at least in the Florida counties I know. Debbie in 2012 comes to mind. So at least we haven't gotten that level yet, but we've gotten pretty close. We may end up getting a few before the night's over. So we get darker out there. It's got to be a situation where you remember to turn around, don't drown, because it's more dangerous at night. But flash flooding with these waters covering the road, at least some of the worst of this in a lot of these spots has been during the day, but some of these areas it could be like Vegas at night. That means you got to really remember to turn around, don't drown. You do not want to take any chances. That 6 inches of flowing water can knock you down in this type of situation. So I just got to be careful. I know the center of circulation as we look at things closer to LA, really. I know this isn't going to plot it perfectly, but it's actually going just northeast of LA now. Somewhere in here, probably, as we're looking at things with that spin. So again, it's just something we're going to keep tabs on here. Keep tabs on for sure. So again, let's take that up. You can see the winds coming from the south to the north here. But different story around Vegas right now. But we'll have some different sips here as this kind of moves on in the picture with those winds. I know in some cases, winds may not be strong enough in a lot of these spots, but some cases, the mountainous areas that are more prone to getting the stronger winds, sometimes that can cause things going, leaning one way and go back the other way and cause maybe trees to fall there and the likes, and just things that be in your yard or on your porch if you didn't bring them in there ahead of this, it could cause an issue. We saw that a little bit here during Irma. Winds were a little bit stronger generally here, but it's something to kind of keep in mind. I'm about North Central Florida where I'm located. But okay, we're at 12 past. Let's keep you guys abreast of the situation with the radar. I'll be back at 30 past for more information here as we continue to watch things develop across, especially California, but a little bit of Nevada, a little bit of Arizona still getting the action as well. So just keep it tuned here. We'll keep you guys advised here on this situation as we're live right now. Make sure if you haven't already subscribed, subscribe on YouTube as well. Maybe if you're just liking the page, following on Facebook there and Twitter, just keep in mind YouTube's another way you can get weather information there at Clouds Weather. So just keep that in mind. Occasionally we'll just do exclusive streams over there. So maybe or maybe not tonight. Will we do something like that with maybe just keeping it going over there a little longer? But we'll kind of decide next little bit. But it's something to keep in mind. It's youtube.com/@cloudsweather. Keeping you guys up to date here on Hilary. We'll be back with more in about 17 minutes.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at the bottom of the hour right now. It's 10:30 in the east, 7:30 out west. Tracking this tropical storm, this historic system, first one there since 1939, directly impact California as a tropical storm. So destroy bringing impacts you rarely see out there. A lot of flash flooding, more than normal for these areas, of course. 25 flash flood warnings in play right now as we're looking toward this region here, California, Nevada. So crazy just to see the slew of these green polygons. Got to be really careful here as we're looking over some of these communities. And I mean, looking at some of the information coming on in San Bernardino County, 6:52 Pacific time, roadway flooded, multiple vehicles were stuck. We got that report of 4.72 inches of rain there in San Bernardino County, 4 miles north of Lytle Creek. Mount Charleston in Clark County, Nevada now. Large healthy trees are falling over Mount Charleston, so that's concerning there as we're looking toward Las Vegas over the next little bit. So let's go ahead and zoom into that area. Starting to see some of these gustier downpours as we're getting closer there now, and just have to monitor the situation. There's a high wind warning as we're looking there, it seems. So again, starting to see some more action coming in from the south even, but some in town there as well. So, got to be mindful of it. Let me go ahead and switch on over to this view. Be able to see what I'm talking about. No flash flood warning for Vegas proper yet, but that could change here in pretty short notice. On pretty short notice, you see downpour there toward it looks like State Road 574. Some stuff around Sloan. Henderson's coming on up there toward them. Could get a quick spin up tornado. I know the velocities are really kind of messy in here right now. It's hard to tell. I don't think there's really rotation, but I can't really guarantee that there's not at this point. So, but let's see where those trees, if we can. I believe it's over here. Yeah, right over there, Mount Charleston. That's where we're heading the reports of the trees falling. They're healthy trees falling there. So a higher elevation that might be contributing to that. But also being torn in San Bernardino County, California, 16 miles north of Desert Hot Springs, in an area that's run prone in a very dry climate. They picked up 4.5 inches of rain in Burns Canyon Station there in the Johnson Valley High Desert. So just really unusual impacts here for sure. Now, as we continue to watch this, you hear the name Hilary. That's a Pacific name. Rarely deal with those. More talk about Hawaii with the storms in the Pacific, and some of those that carry over from the East Pacific to the Central Pacific. Sometimes they just have their own in Central Pacific develop. I mean, we had Dora though in the East Pacific, and that caused just the extreme winds. One of the factors, in addition to the high to the north, that caused the problems there to really get those wildfires out of control there and cause the devastation and loss of life. But a situation where those are names, I mean, that you're not as accustomed to. Now, Dora, of course, one that's retired in the Atlantic, a different story, but I want to see the name here of really the ones that we're tracking in the Atlantic right now because things have changed here a little bit today. Not concerning wise, but that's not why we have the logo red or anything like that. We might keep it red for something I'll talk about, but that's not a local issue. But Emily Franklin here, we've had those develop. We're not concerned with those right now. We'll keep watching, of course, but right now we're not concerned with those. That's the good news. But then you have Gert, there you have Harold. Well, we have a tropical depression. We'll see if that gets that name or if it's the area toward the Gulf that brought us a little rain today, but it's expected to develop in maybe a named system and then make landfall pretty quick toward Tuesday there in South Texas where it needs to rain. Brownsville, Corpus Christi area, somewhere in there maybe. So we have to come on for a little bit with special coverage. Probably wouldn't be near as long as this because they can handle that. They actually can benefit from a tropical storm down there with the rain. Just don't want to get the tornado threat up there too high. Might be a little bit more there because that's more of a typical system versus this atypical system here. Have to watch the parameters just in case because obviously nobody benefits from a tornado threat, but from the heavy rain, the cooler air, they could use that because they're in a drought scenario down there. So that's kind of the storyline there with the Atlantic, a different set of names. This is the one here that you're more familiar with that we saw all the time. We don't really have a graphic that we sell for the Pacific, but Hilary already getting pretty far down there on that list, but maybe getting the Herald here pretty quick even in the Atlantic. We'll wait and see. But again, going back out toward Hilary out here in the Pacific Basin per se and the impacts that are being felt around Las Vegas. Again, so bizarre to see right now. But that's what we're dealing with here. We'll have a new advisory, by the way, from the Hurricane Center at 8 p.m. Pacific here, 11 p.m. Eastern time, to let us know exactly what Hilary is doing in terms of where the center of circulation is and the max sustained winds and the minimum pressure. It's been going up, indicating weakening, but let's keep checking some radar views here and getting the latest. You can see some gusty here in the 30 range there on San Diego. You can see in LA County there. I know getting some winds. It's going to be heavier rain when we get to the coastal radar, giving you a better look. Glendale, San Fernando, or San Fernando, excuse me. I think I pronounced that right most of the time today, but messed it up there. But again, just continuing to watch things here. As we're looking, you see Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Santa Clarita, getting some of these downpours as well. You have Oxnard, you have Malibu. So again, continuing to watch things here. Continuing to give you guys the latest on what's going on with this very bizarre setup. Now, 26 flash flood warnings here in the country. All of them in the ward parts of either California and or Nevada. So it's just crazy to see. With the setup here, so far we haven't had any catastrophic ones, but we're gonna just keep checking. It could happen here eventually. We'll have a flash flood emergency. We haven't seen that yet. So it looks like here they checked some things. I know they ended up getting a flash flood warning out toward Victorville here ultimately. I know we had a gust of wind, by the way. Looks like 65 there, 69 officially, but 65 plus toward San Bernardino County, 5 mile northwest of Crestline. But looks like light threatening flash flooding as we get out there toward Victorville now. As in San Bernardino County, a 7:22 Pacific time operator to get heavy rain. Excuse me, heavy rain there. I've been talking a while here. But again, Doppler indicating heavy rain there across the warned area. A flash flooding done going to expect to begin shortly. San Bernardino, Fontana there. Victorville. You have areas like Apple Valley, Redlands, Big Bear City, Wrightwood, as well as gauges have reported hourly rates between 1 and 2 inches in parts of the San Bernardino County mountains and up to 1 inch there in the Apple and Lucerne valleys. So again, something to kind of touch on here for sure in this type of setup. So again, seeing flash flooding there around Joshua Tree in San Bernardino County. So and then just these different reports coming on in. I know Riverside County flooding in the streets there. It looks like Old Town Moretta there, or Moretta might be the pronunciation. That's near the San Ana foothills. So again, maybe Murata. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's pronounced that way. It's another alternate pronunciation, I guess there. But again, continuing to track this. Probably gonna have our final update here on this system, unless something really changes on us here at the top of the hour. Probably keep the radar stream going a little longer. What I'm thinking we'll probably do right now, let's keep the radar stream going exclusively on YouTube there. So it's free to subscribe over there. If you haven't done so already, you can go and do that. Keep tabs on the stream there. You don't have to actually subscribe to do that, but that's just something where occasionally we do this exclusive streams over there. You're able to get notified of that, or just coming on in general here for North Florida, South Florida weather normally, but occasionally national concerns here like this one as well. So that's YouTube at Clouds Weather there. You can see there that you maybe want to just enable the notifications even toward that source, toward that site. So again, let's see here. Seeing some stuff around Las Vegas. Gotta keep our eyes on. That's why I don't want to. I mean, we're gonna come back on at least one more time. If things get crazy with tornado warnings around there, but we have enough in the way of parameters. They might get in play here, a couple of them. So if we start seeing that before we wrap it here, it may take a little longer if they're right around Vegas here. That's something they're very, very unaccustomed to dealing with. They're already the wind threat, but then maybe an isolated tornado threat in there to heavy rain. Of course, we've been talking about that here for a while, but again, we're at 40 past the hour, 7:40 in a Pacific time zone right now, and we'll be back here at the top of the hour, which will be 8 o'clock. So that's 8 o'clock Pacific time as we continue to give you guys the latest on Tropical Storm Hilary. We'll have that new advisory pretty soon from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. They keep tabs on the East Pacific as well. So just keep it tuned here. No, just a very interesting situation. In fact, let me pull up some stuff. We have our our model guidance. We also will have just the official information here and with the Dodge update here once that information comes on out here in short order. So keep it tuned for that here and keep it tuned for the latest here at the top of the hour with another cut in.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour for what'll probably be one final update here on Hilary. I'm going to keep that radar stream going here as we're looking at things for a little longer on YouTube. But still watching the impact. We got that latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center in just a little while ago. And you'll be able to see here on the graphic source, max of thing went down to 45 miles an hour. That movement north-northwest at 28 miles an hour. So it's moving very fast, and the pressure up indicating a weaker, less deep storm, 998 millibars now. Tropical storm warning still continuing. We have bunches of flash flood warnings here on the board, and multiple vehicles getting stuck there. San Bernardino County, 14 miles northwest of Baker. Just one example, and even rocks across Highway 33 around Ojai. That's pretty close. We had the earthquake there earlier as well. It's reported a flash flood though, based on law enforcement information. So it's such a historic storm. Over 20,000 customers now powered there toward LA County and toward the Los Angeles area, but that's out of over 2 million customers tracked there. So not a very high percentage, but that's still a decent amount out. California numbers going up some, not overwhelmingly, with those power outages at this point, but still something to take note of here. You don't see that too often. Obviously, first time since 1939 we've had a tropical storm here towards some of these different areas. So let's go ahead and show you this view here. We'll go ahead and zoom in. Look at where the center is. Plotted out right there, right over areas that are riding toward the LA Metro, not far from where that football game is finished, up toward Inglewood, actually. That's where we have the spin, the center of circulation of this storm, first tropical storm in California, actually still designated as one as it's moving across since 1939. Have had some remnants over the years, produced quite a bit of heavy rain and caused flooding in toward areas. The 90s and 70s come to mind, but El Nino pattern setting this up here and giving them some issues. A historic storm just north of Long Beach. You really don't expect to see a tropical storm centered just north of Long Beach. But now that center circulation, that track as we look ahead in the timeline, well, let me take this radar off here just a little bit, and you'll be able to see kind of. We have that expected to track in toward Nevada, maybe kind of losing its characteristics as we get up here, but that's by about 8 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, 5 a.m. Pacific, all the way up there at center, carrying some of the moisture with it. They're east to northeast of Reno, so in Nevada. You have a little bit of a tornado threat still lingering around Vegas. Haven't seen any warnings materialize yet, but some of the stuff's a little heavier out here, getting to pass through that sunset time frame at this point. So hopefully that kind of mitigates the threat to some degree, but still can't rule out a rogue tornado warning, which itself is a red box on here. If there's a confirmed warning, it'd be a purple box. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking it, and have that radar stream going for a little longer. Probably at least another couple hours, at least getting about at the 8-hour mark on the stream on YouTube. So to probably around 10 o'clock Pacific time at least, maybe even longer. We can go longer on YouTube than that, but again, not necessarily on Facebook and some other platforms. There's some different limits, but on YouTube we can go longer than that, of course. And we're just going to keep it on YouTube. Once I cut this update, we'll keep it going just a few moments longer on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Twitch. But you'll need to go over to YouTube to continue to watch the radar only stream here. That'll continue. So make sure you do that at Cloud Weather. If you haven't already subscribed, it's free. You don't have to subscribe though to watch it, but just something to kind of help you get notified when we're coming on. But it shouldn't push out another notification here because it'll be the same stream. But again, just something to keep in mind. You have to be back on Tuesday for a tropical storm that could end up developing toward Texas. Hurricanes Entertainment, they could have to issue some tropical storm watches and on warnings as we're looking ahead. So let's go ahead and put on some of our model guidance here real quick if we can. Let me go ahead and put on our TVCN, our consensus model, tracking some of this out toward Arizona later on. But a weak tropical storm maybe impacting areas between Corpus Christi and Brownsville on that Tuesday time frame there. Kind of getting on in here pretty quickly. So that's something to kind of keep in mind as we're looking over some of these different spots. Definitely could be an issue with some flooding, but they need the rain out here and they need cool air. So it's not going to be an overwhelming event, not as big of a deal. More than likely, what we see toward California with the anomalous scenario, this is something that can be beneficial here with our next tropical system coming up out of the Gulf. The area that we're watching and really been impacting the areas of Florida with moisture and starting to try to get going. I know I had the D on here. That's just because our system is trying to indicate that it could develop into that here pretty soon. It's not there yet. but you have to kind of initialize it so it can kind of pick up on the potential track here of what it could do here over the next couple of days, next 36 hours. I mean, we could have tropical storm watches warnings pretty quick here. They could do a potential tropical cyclone type advisory if it doesn't meet the characteristics yet. Just to get people a little bit of a heads up there with alerts. I mean, we have a situation here where you're going to be getting pretty close there in that timeline as we're watching things. Let me jump out here of the way real quick and just kind of say that. I mean, not quite there yet, but and just go ahead and give people a little bit of a heads up. 70% chance of development over the next 48 hours. Gonna keep watching here. Gonna keep tracking the situation as it does progress on us. So again, just we'll be tracking it. I know. Look out back toward the west. Let me take off this information here. I'm going to take this information off for now. And we'll get back out toward the west here. And just remind you there's a small chance of a tornado risk still as we get out here towards some of these spots. So just various tips in mind. If a tornado warning gets issued, make sure you're seeking shelter inside that sturdy building there. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put on that bicycle helmet to protect your head there from potential flying debris. I mean, we don't get this stuff out there very often, so that's something to kind of bear in mind here. Important information to bear in mind for sure. So again, I will just continue here to watch and continue to track the scenario as it does evolve on us here. I'll go ahead and come back on camera now, and we'll just start to wrap this up here for the time being. Again, tropical storm over California, words you don't expect me to say. That's what we're still down with. Still some flooding hazards continuing. Some wind in here as well at times in this squally weather. And in the mountainous areas, got to remember, have some more power outages. Just be careful here. I hope you try to do devices here in these areas, but this one will turn around, don't drown. That's the most important thing to keep in mind here in this situation. As I continue to look at my notes here, just want to remind you guys of those power outages there. As we're looking toward parts of LA County, about 20,000 customers are still in the dark. I also getting reports LA County vehicle stuck on a flooded roadway there on Interstate 10. I mean, you're going to get those reports coming on in here still through the evening. It gets darker out there. Reports, I mean, toward areas there, Southern California, mud, dirt, and rock slide. So be careful. Don't be out unless you have to, because it's getting darker. And the conditions here, I mean, it can be harder to see. Harder to see here as we're looking at things. And you don't want to be caught in a very dangerous scenario with the roads here covered in water and it being dark. You can't really see how deep that water is. That's why it's really important to try to stay home if you can. You're being urged to stay home in general by local officials. So that's something to bear in mind. No flash flood warning yet for Vegas, but that could change here as this stuff kind of pushes on in. Moving a little bit slower. Hadn't been quite as organized as I was looking earlier on, but we've had some rain in there in Vegas in the last hour, it would seem. You can see some of that. I know this kind of blends in here, and we take it off, but it was about a tenth of an inch or so in an hour. I mean, that's not much, but that's something that can cause a little bit of an issue, actually. But maybe get some more in here with these heavier downpours trying to streaming on the edge. Starting to lose that daytime heating some, so that could help us in terms of any type of severe threat or tornado threat here that could try to set on up. So that's some good news here. But it's not over yet. Can't let your guard down to that 2% tornado risk there going up there. Lake Havasu areas there. Or Havasu, yeah, I guess that's how you pronounce it. We've been on so long at this point. I think I've been pronouncing that right there. Lake Havasu, I'm sorry. That's how we pronounced it early on. Lake Havasu City there. And then you see St. George in Utah. Still in that 20 to 30 as well. Probably a little bit higher further up than down there to the south at this point. But we'll just wait and see. Have to watch Vegas, Las Vegas as well. So getting flash flood warning being told around Rancho Vista there in the Palmdale area. Parked vehicles underwater on the Sierra Highway. So not what you want to hear in the ward that area. Just remember to be really, really careful. At this point, too late probably to save those vehicles. But if you're driving yourself, I mean, these sounds like a situation where folks want around these, hopefully. But if you're in a scenario here where you're driving, it's about protecting your life here. And that's what's so important and something you got to bear in mind in these type of situations. So that level is going to stay red here a little longer. May keep it red into Tuesday for what happens toward Texas. May not, because that may not be something of bigger consequence here nationally. Still might have to cut in though for that landfall of what could happen there, maybe toward areas between about Brownsville and Corpus Christi, give or take. We'll continue to refine that forecast here. Continue to watch things here in the Weather Center. But for now, this unbelievable sight, a historic tropical storm over parts of California here, something that hadn't happened officially since 1939. Let me go ahead and just put a couple of things on here real quick as we start to wrap this cutting up, and most of the streams will wrap it soon after, but we'll still keep the radar going on YouTube. So again, look at that wind field still. That's where we have the eastern side is where the winds are. We've had some rain kind of sending back west as well. I know that center's been moving around on us from maybe where we're expecting it to be. And it's right near the coast in there, which is interesting. But it's cooler water, so it's not like it's going to restrike that necessarily. But could help it a little bit, feed off of that a little bit here. But again, just watching all these flash flood warnings here. All this stuff more to the north, not as much on the southern side here. You have a little bit down there that'll stream in, but more like the wind maybe on the southern side, the southern periphery. So that's something to kind of bear in mind here. Something to bear in mind, and we'll just continue to watch things here as the situation does progress on us. Again, I know more formal updates expected here at this point from me, but I have that stream going on YouTube for a little while longer, so make sure if you haven't already subscribed over there, do that. I mean, that's just one of the reasons. I mean, you don't have to do it just to watch that, but it's an option there to be able to just do that here, and you'll be notified of future streams as well. But it's just going to be exclusively on YouTube there. We're going to continue this here in just a moment. YouTube at Cloud Weather. So make sure you go over there for continuing coverage of this situation. So again, that's pretty much do it for now. Let me go ahead and kind of say this here, and I will go ahead and step off here for the time being. And just thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me here. We had this tropical storm right there in LA, but we haven't seen since 1939. A lot of flash flooding though. Be careful. We don't want this to be deadly with the flooding. That's your biggest hazard. You got some trees falling on things though too with the wind. Maybe getting a little bit stronger here at night in this setup on the backside with less rain. Could get some of that saturated soil in the grounds. You could have things more vulnerable where trees could start falling a little bit more often. So gotta be careful here. We'll leave this up again on YouTube for a little longer. I'm gonna cut this soon though on Facebook, on Twitter, and Twitch. So that'll do it for now. Probably be back on Tuesday if that thing in the areas toward the Gulf develops, moves towards Texas. Be back for local weather as conditions warrant, but probably nothing in between now and Tuesday for that. But again, we appreciate you guys tuning in, and I hope you have a good night. Stay safe out there if you're watching anywhere around, but especially in this area, that's really the favorite spot here for the most dangerous conditions here from Tropical Storm Hilary. So it's a historic storm, first time in 84 years or so that we've seen anything like this, and something that hopefully we don't get again for a while, but we've definitely seen an interesting day here. It's been about that rain, like we talked about, extreme flooding threat here coming in toward the areas here. Just a little bit in Arizona. We had Yuma getting some dust in there. We had Las Vegas. Starting to get the weather deteriorate some there on and off of the squalls, but it's been most about California on this August 20th, 2023 that people have been talking about for years and decades, studying there in classes in meteorology, even to some degree, to understand exactly what took place. This pattern that was so unique, setting the sun up. For now, have a great night.